Recording in progress. Mohon perhatian, sesaat lagi acara akan segera dimulai. Kami persilakan kepada para peserta yang telah hadir untuk menempati tempat duduk yang telah tersedia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and welcome to everyone to International Forum on Spicy Road 2023, Reconnecting the Spicy Roads, the contribution of Maritim Southeast Asia to global transformation. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you for taking the time to attend this event. My name is Asep Sepudin as your Master of Ceremony today. Distinguished Dr. Hilmar Farid, the Director General of Culture, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. Distinguished Dr. Hasan Wirayuda, BOT of Negeri Rempah Foundation. Distinguished Professor Ahmad Najib Burhani, the Chairman of Institute of Sciences, Social and Humanities, BRIN. Distinguished Professor Xu Liping from Peking University. Ibu Dewi Kumorati, Executive Director, Negeri Rempah Foundation. Ibu Dr. Lilis Mulyani, Head of Research Center for Society and Culture, all speakers, moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. The International Forum on Spicy Roads, or IFSR, is a collaborative forum between several institutions initiated by the Negeri Rempah Foundation to discuss and advocate the topic of spicy roads in contemporary society. Since 2022, Negeri Rempah Foundation has started to collaborate with Research Center for Society and Culture, Indonesia's National Research and Innovation Agency or BRIN, to embrace larger audiences. IFSR is an international forum to open cross-boundaries and cross-cultural dialogue to revisit, research, relive, and maintain the spicy roads that have become a natural and cultural common heritage at the regional and global level. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big applause for the International Forum on Spicy Road 2023. And now we will start this event by singing National Anthem Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Thank you. Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, before we come to the main session, let us praying first. And we will be led by Bapak Cecep Kurnia.
Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, marilah sejenak kita menundukkan hati kita, menundukkan kepala kita, seraya kita bermunajat kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang beragama non-muslim, silahkan berdoa menurut agama dan kepercayaan masing-masing. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ya Allah, segala puji kami panjatkan kepadamu atas nikmat yang Engkau berikan kepada kami. Sebab Engkaulah satu-satunya zat muara tujuan bagi segala pujian dan sanjungan. Ya Allah, pada setiap jejak pengetahuan yang menumbuhkan benih peradaban, pada setiap cahaya pengetahuan yang mewariskan martabat kemuliaan, Engkau hadir dalam janjimu yang pasti dan kekal. Engkaulah sumber pengetahuan, pintu yang menjadi rahim seluruh ilmu. Dan seandainya pohon-pohon di bumi menjadi pena dan lautan menjadi tintanya, ditambahkan kepadanya 7 lautan lagi setelah keringnya, niscaya tidak akan habis-habisnya dituliskan kalimat-kalimat Allah. Sesungguhnya Allah Maha Perkasa lagi Maha Bijaksana. Ya Allah, kami yang hadir di sini adalah sebagian kecil pejuang ilmu pengetahuan. Mereka yang turun ke lapangan, di garis terdepan, di pelosok daerah pedalaman, di rimbun hutan hujan, di jauh kedalaman lautan, atau mereka yang sedang berjuang meneliti di tengah-tengah perkotaan, di balik sepi ruang laborat, tak lagi ingat semua penat demi kedaulatan bangsa dan negara. Ya Allah, kami berkumpul di sini dalam acara International Forum on Spice Route tahun 2023, tak lain adalah untuk bersyukur atas nikmat pengetahuan yang telah Engkau berikan kepada kami. Ridhoi acara kami dan jadikan kegiatan kami sebagai suatu amal kebajikan di hari akhir nanti. Katakanlah, adakah sama orang-orang yang berilmu dengan orang-orang yang tidak berilmu? Tentu tidaklah sama, sebab Engkau telah berjanji akan mengangkat derajat orang-orang yang berilmu. Ya Allah, berikanlah manfaat kepada kami dengan ilmu yang telah Engkau ajarkan. Karuniakanlah kami ilmu yang bermanfaat atas kehidupan kami, dan tambahkanlah hikmah ilmu pengetahuan kepada kami. Ya Allah, tolonglah kami agar tumbuh sempurna menjadi insan ilmu pengetahuan, menggerakkan riset dan inovasi, membangun peradaban negeri. Ya Allah, ya Ghafur, ampunilah dosa kami, dosa orang tua kami, dosa guru-guru kami, dosa para pemimpin kami. Ya Allah, kabulkanlah doa dan permohonan kami. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Cecep Kurnia. Ladies and gentlemen, now for the welcoming address to this event. For the first, please welcome Professor Ahmad Najib Burhani, the Chairman of Institute of Sciences, Social and Humanities, BRIN. To Professor Ahmad Najib Burhani, please take your time.
Yang saya hormati Ibu Dr. Dewi Kumorate from Negeri Rempah Foundation, Dr. Hasan Wirayuda of Negeri Rempah Foundation, Dr. Hilmar Farid of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Professor Su Liping of the China Academy of Sciences, Professor Linet, Pak Bram, Pak Haidar, Dr. Lilis Mulyani of the Research Center for Society and Culture, BRIN, distinguished speakers, guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Salam sejahtera, salam sehat untuk kita semuanya. I'm delighted and honored to welcome you to today's forum on reconnecting the spice routes, the contribution of maritime Southeast Asia to global transformation, organized by National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional, and Negeri Rempah Foundation, Yayasan Negeri Rempah. As we read the theme of this forum, we see that it promises to be a captivating exploration of the past, present, and future of one of the world's most significant trade networks. Therefore, I'm sure this forum would become an extraordinary journey through time, tracing the footprints of the ancient spice trade and its profound impact on the world we know today. We know that India right now have been busy promoting the cotton route, and there are also other historically popular routes such as cinnamon route, and then kayu manis, this one, and also Silk Route in China that already become part of the UNESCO World Heritage. All of this make our forum today a timely and important forum, let alone if we try to connect this forum with the nature of Indonesia as a maritime country and a vision to become a global maritime fulcrum. For the organization of this forum, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously help us making this event come into reality. Particularly, I would like to express my gratitude to our colleagues from the Research Center for Society and Culture under Mbak Lilis, and also from Yayasan Negeri Rempah for their great collaboration. And this one is the second year, right, Mbak Lilis, the second year of collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on the intellectual voyage of Spice Route, we will delve into the rich history of maritime Southeast Asia, a region that has played a pivotal role in shaping the global spice trade. We know that the spice route was not merely a path for commerce, but a bridge connecting cultures, civilization, and dreams. Among the many communities that have left an indelible mark on this historic route, here I just want to refer to two standout examples, namely the Bajau and Sangye Talaut communities, or we call it Orang Sangir, yeah, right? The Bajau, there are several way of writing this one. Bajau, Bajau, Baju, and Bayu are often referred to as the sea nomads or the sea gypsies, epitomize the spirit of maritime Southeast Asia. For centuries, they have lived in harmony with the sea, mastering the art of navigation and trading. The Bajau people's legacy is one of the boundless courage, resourcefulness, and adaptability, traits that have not only sustained their communities, but have also contributed significantly to the rich tapestry of the spice route. Their intimate relationship with the ocean has been central to the exchange of spices, cultures across distant shores. A few days ago, we just checked the number of the population of the Bajau people, this community, according to the Indonesian population census in 2000, their number is around 150,000 people, the Bajau people. But according to the census 2010, their number is double. Become around 250,000 people. The question is it a good news or bad news? It seems it is more a bad news for me. They are no longer living on the sea. They are no longer living as part of the ocean. They have moved to the coastal area and no longer become sea people. It means the number of our real maritime people is also decreasing with the increasing number of the Bajau people living no longer in the sea, on the sea. In contrast to the Bajau, the Sangieta Laut atau orang Sangir are the testament of the diverse mosaic that comprises the spice routes history. Hailing from the northern reaches of the Southeast Asia, their unique cultural practices, trade networks, and historical contribution have left an indelible mark on the complex narrative of the spice trade. The Sangieta Laut communities have acted as both custodian and catalyst of the spice route. They have served as both intermediaries and contributors to the intercontinental spice trade, further enriching the stories that have unfolded along the ancient pathway. I wanna refer here to Dr. Dedi Adhuri, one of our prominent researcher on maritime studies. The Bajau and Sangieta Laut are the first of 4 pemangku kebudayaan maritim Indonesia yang sebenar-benarnya. Perhaps we can say that they are the true custodian of Indonesian maritime culture. The other three custodian of Indonesian maritime culture are komunitas nelayan, fishing communities, komunitas pelayaran rakyat tradisional or indigenous shipping communities, and also komunitas pasisir, coastal communities. We are at BRIN propose that the way to strengthen and empower our maritime culture is through empowering these 4 stakeholders, not by looking at the sea from commodity perspective or from technocratic agency approach or modern high technology, which actually increases our nation's dependency on third parties. Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu semuanya, throughout our time together at this forum, we shall embark on a profound journey of discovery. We will discuss the topics of maritime communities, natural diversity and commodities of the spice routes, cultural heritage management, and the geopolitics heritage, global encounters and cultural exchange, and so on. We will uncover the hidden stories, the forgotten treasures, and also the enduring legacies of the spice route. It is a journey that will not only connect us to the past, but also illuminate the path toward a more interconnected and culturally enriched future. As we embark to this exciting journey through time and culture, I extend my warmest welcome to all of you. Let us come together, share our knowledge, and also celebrate the enduring legacy of the spice route as we explore how maritime Southeast Asia has contributed to global transformation. May our discussion be enlightening and our connection be as enduring as the spice trade itself. Once again, thank you for being here with us, both in person and virtually. How many people, Mbak Lilis, on virtual? Around 50, 70, 80 people, 80 people today. I wish you all productive and enjoyable discussion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Professor Ahmad Najib Burhani. And for the second welcome address, please welcome to Dr. Dewi Kumorati from Negeri Rempah Foundation. To Ibu Dewi, please take your time.
Good morning, Professor Ahmad Najib Burhani of National Research and Innovation Agency, Dr. Hassan Wirayuda of Negeri Rempah Foundation, Dr. Hilmar Farid of Director General of Ministry Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Professor Xu Liping from China Academy of Social Sciences, Dr. Lilis Mulyani of National Research and Innovation Agency. Excellencies, distinguished guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Indonesia. First of all, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to welcome all attendees to the International Forum on Spice Route 2023. The 5th International Forum on Spice Route is held as a collaboration between the Negeri Rempah Foundation and the Research Center for Society and Culture, National Research and Innovation Agency. The International Forum on Spice Route is also supported by the network of communities of Negeri Rempah throughout Indonesia, as well as the support from national and international institutions. International Forum on Spice Route welcomes participants from many parts of Indonesia and abroad to share ideas, knowledge, and experiences about the spice route from multiple dimensions. This is the second year that International Forum on Spice Route invited public participation through a call for papers to contribute to enriching knowledge about the spice route. With the theme, Reconnecting the Spice Route, the contribution of Maritime Southeast Asia towards global transformation, International Forum of Spice Route would like to underline the importance of responding to the various global challenges that we face today. Thus, the context of spice route transcends beyond space and time. Reconstructing spice routes cannot be separated from the way current people and communities make use and live on this historical global connectivity. Many still think and argue that roots are history. However, many researchers have proven that these routes maintain important maritime connections that have changed their forms and nature. To discuss and advocate the topic of spice routes in contemporary society, it is time for us to start looking at the spice route from a contextual perspective, such as climate change, disaster relief and reconstruction, maritime affairs, food security, poverty alleviation, equality, and various other global challenges. International Forum on Spice Route 2023 invites the willingness of experts and resource persons from various disciplinary backgrounds to share. Besides Indonesia, participants come over from Australia, China, Singapore, and the Netherlands. Therefore, I would like to express my highest appreciation to all the contributors who are willing to share their knowledge and experience with us in this forum. Last but not least, this annual community-based forum is held independently, driven by volunteers with a spirit of collaboration, or what we call gotong royong, which puts forward the principle of volunteerism to foster learning traditions in Indonesian society. Therefore, on behalf of the Negeri Rempah Foundation and International Forum on Spice Route Organizing Committee, I would like to once again express my great gratitude to our partners, the Research Center for Society and Culture, National Research and Innovation Agency, I would also like to thank the Institute of Social Science and Humanities, National Research and Innovation Agency, the Directorate General of Culture, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, the Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia in Beijing, China Academy of Social Science, the Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia in The Hague, Vrede Universiteit Amsterdam, Indonesian National Commission for UNESCO, Monash University, Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, National University of Singapore, and Museum Kebaharian Jakarta. Our appreciation to all the speakers, community partners, and supporting organizations, and all the volunteers for their enthusiasm in supporting this program. Without your support, this forum would not be made possible. Thank you.
Terima kasih kepada Ibu Dewi Komorati. Ladies and gentlemen, and now we will hear the introductory speech from Dr. Hilmar Farid from Kemendikbudristek by recording. Please have your attention.
Bapak dan Ibu yang sama-sama kita hormati, Pak Hasan Wirayuda, Ketua Dewan Pembina Yayasan Negeri Rempah beserta seluruh jajaran pengurus, Pak Najib Burhani dari BRIN, dan Mas Anto, senior dan guru saya, para narasumber dan peserta konferensi, semoga semua dalam keadaan yang sehat. Karena ini adalah konferensi internasional yang dihadiri peserta yang mungkin tidak berbahasa Indonesia, izinkan saya menyampaikan sambutan selanjutnya di dalam bahasa Inggris. So, first of all, I would like to apologize for not being able to attend the conference in person. But I'm really honored to address this event where we convene to explore the intricate web that makes the spice roots not just a tale of the past, but a living, evolving narrative that continues to shape our world in multiple dimensions. I've been following the International Forum of Spice Roots for several years now, and I can tell that this is more than just a gathering of intellectual minds. It is a confluence of histories, cultures, and also ambitions. At this event, we see not just the faces of academics, policymakers, and practitioners, but also the embodiment of centuries-old traditions of communities that have been built on the spine of these ancient roots, and of future generations who will inherit a world Oh no, the spice routes have been more than just pathways for trading precious commodities like nutmeg, cloves, and pepper. They have been the arteries of civilization, facilitating the flow of cultures, technologies, philosophies, and even religions. From antiquity to the Middle Ages, the spice routes were the internet of their time, a tangible, navigable network that connected societies and formed the backbone of ancient globalizations. But let us dispel the notion that the spice routes are merely historical artifacts. While they may have started as trade routes, they have evolved into an intricate network of relationships and systems that still holds relevance. In the modern context, the spice routes could be seen as a precursor of today's ever-evolving global trade systems, which now include digital economies, information technology, and knowledge exchange. While the form and nature of these connections may have transformed, the fundamental aspect of trade, mutual benefit through the exchange of goods, services, or values, remains the same. Today, this forum sets an ambitious agenda that transcends conventional disciplinary boundaries. Our understanding of the spice routes has to be holistic. weaving through the rich tapestry of natural diversity, human adaptation, cultural heritage, maritime communities, and the far-reaching implications of global encounters and exchanges. We are not merely engaged in historical study, but we are involved in constructing an interdisciplinary narrative that recognizes the multifaceted contributions of maritime Southeast Asia to global transformation. Natural diversity and commodities along the spice routes, for example, are just not about the spice or goods exchange, but also about sustainable utilization of maritime resources, local wisdom, and folklore. The concept of aesthetics and material culture along the routes goes beyond trade to touch upon human adaptation to various social, cultural, and environmental contexts. This includes the forms of art and creative expressions that have evolved as a response to the unique challenges and opportunities presented by life along these ancient routes. Similarly, cultural heritage management isn't a parochial concept. It is a complex endeavor that requires global cooperation. As the routes connect diverse lands, the preservation of cultural heritage along these pathways is not the sole responsibility of a single state or community, but it is a collective human endeavor. And in an era threatened by climate change and cultural homogenization, such cooperative initiatives gain an added layer of urgency. The health of our maritime communities and their sustainable development is another cultural aspect. While these communities may appear to be localized and isolated, they are very much a part of the global ecosystem. Their well-being is inherently tied to the sustainable management of world's fisheries and oceans, a challenge that is global in its scope and implications. Let's also consider the immense value of spices themselves, not just as commodities, but also as cultural and even geopolitical assets. The spices traded along these routes were the backdrop of regional and international cuisines, traditional medicines, and also rituals. In a sense, they were the original global products long before that term existed. As we move forward, there's a growing need to protect the genetic diversity of these plants and ensure that their cultivation remains sustainable. That includes respecting and compensating the communities that have been the custodians of this botanical heritage for generations. But yeah, as we know, it's not just about spices. It is also the shipbuilders, the sailors, the traders, and the countless others who made these routes function. Their expertise, often passed down through generations, is a form of intangible heritage that deserves recognition and preservation. Imagine harnessing that collective wisdom to tackle modern-day challenges like climate change, piracy, or geopolitical conflict. In a world still grappling with inequality, social unrest, and environmental degradation, the mission to rejuvenate the spice route is not just a cultural or economic endeavor. It is a commitment to a more inclusive and sustainable model of globalization. This means that it's not only about trade agreements, shipping lanes, or digital platforms, important as they are. It's about creating a system where trade is just, where cultures are respected, and where nature is valued and protected. This is what I have to convey, and I wish you good luck with the conference. May it contribute to our continuous conversation about the spice route. Thank you very much.
And now for opening speech from Dr. Hassan Wirayuda, will joined by Zoom meeting. Please have your attention.
Professor Ahmad Najib Burhani, the head of the Research Center for Society and Culture of National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. The Director General of Culture of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, and colleague, Dr. Hilman Farid, Professor Su Lifing from the Chinese Academy of Social Science, the Executive Director of Negeri Rempah Foundations, Ibu Dewi Kumarati, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all. Allow me, in my role as the co-founder and head of patrons of the Negeri Rempah Foundations, to extend my heartfelt appreciations to the Research Center for Society and Culture of the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. Their generous support, cooperations, and co-sponsorships have been instrumental in bringing the 2023 International Forum of Spice Routes to fruition. This marks a significant milestone in the history of IFSR, which was established in 2019. I would also like to express my gratitude to Dr. Hilman Farid for gracing this year IFSR with his presence and delivering an insightful keynote speech. To our international participants, our warmest welcome. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the spice routes, known as Jalur Rempah, were primarily international trade networks that for over 16 centuries intricately connected the regions of East Asia, East Africa, and the Middle East. Furthermore, since late 16th century, these routes extended their reach to Europe. These maritime pathways originally linked the Pacific Oceans and the Indian Oceans with the islands, straits, and sea lanes of Nusantara, playing a pivotal role. And in between the 6th to 13th centuries, the illustrious maritime kingdom of Sriwijaya, which controlled over two critical straits, the Straits of Malacca and Sunda, emerged as the fulcrum bridging two oceans and two continents, fostering not only trade and regional economies, but also rich cultural exchanges. Recent discoveries of artifacts and inscriptions from Sriwijaya in the Karawang Regency of West Java underscore significance of controlling the Sunda Strait and its hinterland in historical terms. Goods ranging from ceramics, silk, and diverse spices like nutmeg or pala to cottons and exquisite carpets were traded along these maritime routes. Undoubtedly, spices stood as the most coveted and precious of all commodities. European awareness of these spices dates back to the Crusades, when they acquired them from Arab traders at considerable expense. This prompted Europeans' exploration of the Nusantara in the late 16th and early 17th centuries. For over a millennium, this era marks the dominance of the Asia-Pacific and Indian Ocean, truly reminiscent of the Mediterranean, which in essence translate to the center of the world. For centuries, the maritime trade routes, known today as the spice routes, were remarkably peaceful. These routes were not merely conduits for trading goods, but also served as meeting points for languages, cultures, religions, and technological knowledge. Nusantara, due to its geographic significance, embraced and accommodated different civilizations: East Asians, China and India, Persians, Islamic and Western, fostering coexistence marked by peace and tolerance. Sriwijaya served as a significant center for Buddhism in Southeast Asia, with its cultural diplomacy well documented in history. It made substantial contributions to the establishment of the ancient Nalanda University in Northeast India, home to 15 monasteries, making it the world's first university. Moreover, its cultural ties with the Chola Kingdom of southeastern India, Ceylon, and Song dynasty of China are etched in historical records. The written works of a Chinese Buddhist scholar named I Ching during the early 7th century bear testament to this grand history. I Ching journeyed from Beijing to Nalanda and returning via transit in Sriwijaya. Similarly, an Indian Buddhist scholar named Atisa Dipamkara, a graduate of Nalanda, spent years in Sriwijaya to complete his studies akin to a modern graduate program. Thus, in addition to being a global trade hub, the flourishing Sriwijaya also earned recognitions as a cultural center, actively engaging in cultural diplomacy, dialogue, and the pursuit of peace. The clash of civilization did not manifest until Europeans arrived with their superior firepower, monopolizing trade, and eventually colonizing Nusantara and the wider regions of Asia and Africa. Colonialism, racism, slavery, and the slave trade represented some of Europe's darkest contributions to world civilizations, ultimately disrupting the once peaceful maritime space routes. Ladies and gentlemen, history has an uncanny tendency to echo itself. Recent geopolitical and geoeconomic shift from the transatlantic to the Asia-Pacific, more commonly termed the Indo-Pacific, over the past decade, has thrust our regions back into the global spotlight. The Indo-Pacific is no longer at the periphery, but occupies a central role, much like its historical significance. Indonesia and Southeast Asia, represented by ASEAN, find themselves as the fulcrum of this new chapter. While it offers abundant opportunities, it also presents the potential and tensions and possible conflicts. In this context, we must draw lessons from our own history, particularly the maritime spice routes, emphasizing the importance of direct communication, dialogue, and the imperative of reinventions, innovations, and technological development. In conclusions, I extend my best wishes for productive and insightful dialogue during this year's International Forum of Spice Routes. I thank you sincerely for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Bapak Dr. Hasan Wirayuda from Negeri Rempah Foundation. And now for the keynote from Professor Xu Liping from China Academy of Social. Please have your attention.
Respected organizers of this conference, distinguished fellow scholars, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. First of all, I will use a Melayu pantun to express my feeling this morning. Bunga melati, banyak durinya. Saat dipegang, janganlah lengah. Sambut pagi cerah dengan gembira. Semoga kita semua mendapat berkah. Thanks to Negeri Rempah Foundation and the National Research and Innovation Agency for your invitation. It's my honor to participate in this conference. The theme of today is Reconnecting the Spice Routes, the contribution of Maritime Southeast Asia to global transformation, which has practical significance in current context. As you know, the rapid development of the fourth scientific and technical revolution, the connection between the individuals as well as nations, become ever closer and form a community of shared future. Global challenges such as the Indian Ocean tsunami, earthquake in Wenchuan, China, and COVID-19 tied us together. Like today's conference, I don't have to be there to participate in it, which is unimaginable in the past. To understand these dramatically changes, we need to comprehend the characteristics of the 21st century, which can be concluded as profound changes unseen in a century. With this background, the international strategic landscape has undergone profound changes. The rising of a group of emerging economies like China, India, and Indonesia is changing the international strategic pattern in past century. At the same time, the competition between the great powers, particularly between China and the United States, keep intensifying. If it had not been managed properly, the whole world will be affected. In this regard, deglobalization, populism, extremism, terrorism, and so on are rising, which has become threats to the security of the world today. Ladies and gentlemen, today's world has stepped into a time of change and instability, and it's an ongoing great adjustment, great divergence, and great restructuring. Therefore, the uncertainty, instability, and unpredictability have increased. Among them, there are systematical instability, like the impact to existing financial system. There also are structural uncertainty, like group competition, and behavioral uncertainty factor, like the abuse section. Facing these changes and challenges mentioned above, traditional political and economic measures don't work very well. It calls for the cultures take effect. The effect of the culture, like traditional Chinese medicine, it works slowly, but addresses both the symptoms and root causes. Ladies and gentlemen, spices is one of the important cultural symbols in Indonesia, produced in Indonesia and spread through trade. Spices has significant influence on material and spiritual life of the people all over the world. Trees, the Historic trick of the spice trade will help us get better understanding of each other and increase mutual trust. It will be positive and a warm energy in today's world of uncertainty and instability. The spice trade between China and Indonesia lasted for thousands of years, from Han Tang Dynasty to the Qing Dynasty, and witnessed the changes of Asian Sino-Indonesia relations. Before the arrival of Western colonialism, Asian China and Indonesia always maintained friendly relations that promoted the development of the spice trade between China and Indonesia, thus exerting a profound influence on China's social life. Not only the progress of Chinese religions and sacrificial incense, traditional medicine, and food culture, but also the economic development of the two Asian countries were inseparable from the continuation and expansion of the spice trade between the two countries. In daily life, incense burning also became an important way of life for royals and aristocrats. Spices as raw materials became necessities for cultural consumptions. The imperial court of the Song dynasty took the consumptions of the spices as the fashion choice. The aristocracy liked consuming such as aromatherapy, incense, candles, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, Chinese traditional medicine culture had been passed on for centuries, and the introduction of spices from Indonesia and other Southeast Asia countries injected new vitality into Chinese traditional medicine. After the Song dynasty and the Yuan dynasty, the extensive application of spices in food greatly promoted the development of Chinese food culture. The application of spices in the medicine field is one of the earliest uses. The medicine uses of the alum, nutmeg, clove, and other spices from Indonesia were recorded in Chinese ancient books. It was recorded that alum was used to cure heart and abdominal pain, and cholera was pure and clear and could be boiled with wine. Spices were mostly used for sacrificial and medical purpose at the early stage of their introduction, so they were recorded as fragrant herbs in the ancient books. The Song and Yuan dynasties record about the uses of spices in diet gradually increased. There were more than 30 records about the purpose application in diet in one monograph of the nutrition in the Yuan dynasty. After the middle of the Ming dynasty, purpose, safflower, clove, sandalwood, cardamom, and other spices quickly filled the daily diet as condiments, particularly pepper. It was not only an important ingredient for cooking food, but also often used in preserved meat, dried fruit, wine, and soup. It was used in almost every area of the dining diet. Ladies and gentlemen, for Indonesia, the Chinese people's huge demand for spices stimulated the local production of spices. Under the influence of the demand, Java, Palembang, and other places became the business bases, which expanded to the Oriental Spices Islands. According to a Japanese scholar, China's higher demand for purple led to the increase of purple cultivation and economic development in Java and Sumatra. Based on the related bibliography of the traditional Chinese, the spice trade had various roles. Before the 10th century, Indonesian spices didn't being imported in China from Maluku. Instead, they came from the distributing center of spice like Vietnam, Thailand, and Java. After the Song Dynasty, with the expansion of the consumer market of spice in China and the technical advance of the shipping building and the ocean going, China started to import more spices from Maluku directly. According to the research of the scholar Roderick Patak, during the 20th to 14th century, cloth was transported to China through two roads. The northern road from Maluku passing the western Perth, heading to the north through the Sulu Sea and the Philippines to South China Sea, then going north to Quanzhou and Zhangzhou, arriving southeastern coast of China. Another western road passing from the Ambon, heading to west to Java Sea, and then going through China, Indochina Peninsula from sea or land, arriving southern coast cities of China, like Guangzhou. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhenghe or Sanbaogong voyages to the west had great influence to spices trade. During 1403 to 1433, Zhenghe sailed to the west for 7 times, arrived 30 countries in Asia and Africa, the farthest to the eastern coast of Africa. Southeast Asia countries, including Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, and Cambodia, are included. According to the history materials, spicy trade of the Zhenghe or Sanbaogong group were made in the form of the butter. They used porcelain, silk, coin, change for spices with Indonesia people. By detailed research, we find that the trade of spices as well as the trade of silk, tea, porcelain overlapped with each other and facilitated each other. They promoted the communication of materials and the cultures of the world together. Finally, by study of the spices trade and its rules, we can rediscover the history and the cultural connection of different countries around the world, then enhance the sense of identity and consensus and help countries around the world to face with the global challenges together. Ladies and gentlemen, for Indonesia is rising as an influence power in the world. It has the historical mission and responsibility. From Indonesia performance in G20 and as the rotating chairman of ASEAN, it has the capability to take the responsibility, thanks to the efforts made in Jokowi terms. Let us work together to create a new era of trade of silk and spice, facilitating the advance, development, and prosperity of the Global South countries. Thank you for your listening. Let's walk.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now for panel introduction, will bring by Dr. Lilis Mulyani. Ibu Lilis, kami persilakan.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's very nice to be here. And I would like to welcome everyone here from Negeri Rempah Foundation, Ibu Dewi, Pak Bram, from Global Encounters Monash University, Professor Lynette, Leonie, and Lee, and also from NUS, Lee Kuan Yew Center for Public Policy, Dr. Marina Canetti and colleagues, and also speaker, presenters, and I think we still have Pak Hassan at Zoom, yeah? Thank you very much, Pak Hassan, and also thank you, Pak Najib, who's already leaving the venue. But we are really happy to welcome you all at the 2023 International Forum on Spice Route, reconnecting the spice route and contribution of maritime Southeast Asia to global transformation. As a representative from the governors of the IFSR 2023, I'm very happy to welcome you all. And I'm here to explain a little bit about the panel themes and logistic of the conference. Regarding the panel themes, I think everyone has already aware of the themes that we cover at the 2023. We have 5 panels, but if you can see from the agenda, the panels is not arranged accordingly. Like in day 1, we have panel 2, and day 2, we have day 1, yeah, we have panel 2 and panel 4, and then in day 2 we have panel 1 and panel 3, and then in day 3 we have the Abe Lapian Memorial Lecture and the panel 5. So we arrange these the panels based on the submitted presentations and papers. And at the 2023 IFSR, we also have a similar arrangement as last year. The difference is we don't have poster presentation, yeah, for this year. So for this year, we will have a flash presentation for each of the panels. And there is a 2 minutes presentations. And then we have a full presentation of 10 minutes presentation by presenters. Those who came in person in auditorium BRIN, or the Grand Ballroom at the National Research and Innovation Agency at Gatot Subroto, and those who are also attend and at Zoom, we asked them to submit a video presentation so that we can manage the time, because we have almost 74 abstract accepted in the forum. I think that's a quite large number, yeah, for a conference. As you know, that we decide to accept almost all of the submitted abstract, because the aim of this conference is to accumulate knowledge that we gain from our partners from Indonesia and from abroad about the spice route. I think we are very fortunate that we have this link with like BRIN, we have link with the Global Encounters Monash University, and Yayasan Negeri Rempah has link with the NUS Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, for example, that we can make this partnership or collaboration more expanded than before. So if previously it's just between PMB BRIN with the Negeri Rempah Foundation, this year we have a bigger collaboration from Australia, from Singapore, from China, and then from India also, yeah. And we are very happy to see the expansion of the collaboration in 2023. So as for panel one, I mean, the theme of the panel is still quite similar with the last year, but we have two new panels. The new panels about the creativity in human adaptation and the concept of aesthetic through material and non-material culture. And then the cultural heritage management and geopolitics of heritage, that is the collaboration with the NUS Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. And then the panel 5 on global encounters and cultural exchange is the collaboration with the Global Encounters Monash University. And we still have two original themes, that is the natural diversity and commodities of spice root. We still talk about the commodities and the natural diversity and cultural diversity of spice root. And we still also talk about maritime communities, which is the specialty of our center, of the Research Center for Society and Culture. So that's about the themes. I hope for those who are in the BRIN Grand Ballroom and those who are in Zoom can still manage to attend all of the presentation. So we have panel 2 starting at 10:35 until lunch, and then followed by panel 4 on maritime communities and from 1:45 p.m. to 5 p.m. And then we will also start it tomorrow here at BRIN and also at Zoom, same link, the same link that you have now. Studied at 9:50 to 5 again. And then on Saturday, we will have a all Indonesian session on the Abel Lapian Memorial Lecture. Abel Lapian is one of the late senior researchers of the Research Center for Society and Culture. His dissertation is about maritime sea people, kemudian bajak laut apa ya? Pirates, sea people, pirates, and sea kings, ya. Jadi orang laut, bajak laut, dan raja laut. A very good dissertation that I think you all need to read it. And after that, on Friday, we still have one more panel, the last panel on global encounters that will start on at 1 p.m. to 5. And for the logistic, for those who are at the Grand Ballroom here at the Gatot Subroto, coffee and tea is served at the back of the venue, and then lunch will be served at the right wing from you, left wing from me, left wing of the venue, this way. And then toilets is about, we have several this way at the left part, and then the right part. And we also would like to apologize for any inconvenience because we still renovating the buildings. So there's probably a lot of noises and dust everywhere. But I hope your experience in BRIN is, still very, you still have a good experience here with us in BRIN, with the International Forum on Spice Food. And for those who are in Zoom, please fill in the attendance form daily. And those attendance form will be circulated daily. And e-certificates link will be circulated at the end of day 3. So at the end of the Friday, yeah. On Saturday, we will have a full event at the Museum Bahari. That's in North Jakarta, ya. Jakarta Utara, ya. Yeah, in North Jakarta. We will meet at the Museum Bahari. So everyone probably must take notes. We have several exhibition and talks there, but we also have separate agenda for those who wants to join the excursion or field trip to Pulau Seribu. That is to Pulau Onrus. Yeah, we've been there last year with Monash University Global Encounters, and it was a very good experience. We learned about the history of the Dutch, yeah, coming to Indonesia, and then the shipwreck, yeah, around the Pulau Seribu, and then the use of the Pulau Onrus and several heritage that is currently still on the Onrus island, yeah. So for those who are wish to come to the field trip to Pulau Onrus, please register at the registration table, and we will list your name, and then you will have to come to. We will inform you later, yeah, about the logistic of the preparation to the field trip to Pulau Onrus. That's probably the panel introduction and the logistic of the conference. Maybe I can take one or two questions regarding that from this room or from Zoom, if there are any. Ada yang mau ditanyakan terkait pelaksanaan conference? Sepertinya tidak ada, ya. We have the organizing committee are ready to help you with any question and queries. We have the volunteers from the Yayasan Negeri Rempah, and we have some staffs from the Research Center for Society and Culture. That's probably it, and I would like to stop here. Thank you very much, and we wish you to have a very fruitful conference and discussion. Thank you very much. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada Ibu Lilis. And now, before we take the coffee break, and now for the photo session, please Bu Lilis and all speakers in front of the stage. Silakan, dan untuk peserta juga bisa ikut berfoto bersama juga dengan para pembicara. Kami mohon diarahkan. Please to all speaker college. Seluruh pada peserta, kami persilakan untuk kita sesi foto bersama sebelum break. Peserta yang melalui Zoom juga terlihat akan berfoto bersama juga dengan para pembicara dan peserta yang hadir di ballroom Brin Gatot Subroto. Silakan yang masih akan ikut serta foto. Diulang lagi Pak Suhe, masih ada beberapa yang akan bergabung. Ketutupan itu nggak yang Zoom, Pak Suhe? Nggak apa-apa. Oke, bersiap. Ya. Yang di Zoom juga ikuti foto. Sebentar, ini ada dokumentasi pribadi. Satu, dua, tiga. One, two, three. Cukup, thank you. And now for coffee break for 10 minutes. Kami persilakan untuk menikmati hidangan yang telah tersedia, dan kepada para peserta yang mengikuti melalui Zoom akan bergabung sekitar 10 menit. Yaitu pada pukul 10 lewat 40 menit. Terima kasih. Baik, mohon perhatian kepada Bapak dan Ibu peserta yang masih berada di luar auditorium, silakan segera masuk. Yang masih di belakang, silakan menuju ke tempat duduknya masing-masing. And now for panel and discussion about creativity in human adaptation and the concept of aesthetics, draw material and non-material culture will moderate by Bapak Yanwardi. Bapak Yanwardi, please, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our event today with panel 2. Our topic, creativity in human adaptation and the concept of aesthetic, material, and non-material culture. This is a very good topic to begin in this morning. I think two issues here. First, about creativity, human creativity. What can human create in their life? Human adaptation, for example, how to adaptate with the environment, how to connect each other and something like that. And also second issue here in our topic is aesthetic and material and non-material. So in adaptation, human have two material or non-material. For example, in material, human make fish tools. We can learn from this panel a fish tool in orang laut. For example, orang laut in Kepulauan Riau, how orang laut Bajo, something like Bajo in Kepulauan Riau, they make fishing tools as a nomadic people. And also non-material about non-material culture, about knowledge, inspiration, ideas, and poems, dance, and also syair. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will hear our presenter. We have 9 presenters, and to make our panel effectively, our committee make recording the presentation. We will begin with Imam Hadi Sutrisno about basic ingredients of culinary system in Aceh, and next serampang material culture from orang laut, and also the third presenter from Dwi Bagus about coconut fiber, the voice killer, and also Ambon Uliase as a spice producing center in Nusantara. This is about tradisi lisan, oral tradition in Ambon, Ambon. After that, presentation from Pradita. Pradita will share about the spice road and cultural production in Southwest Papua. And also Tariwanar. Tariwanar is a dance from Banda Eli, Maluku Tenggara. Yulianti exploring the influence of the spice road. Samsul Arifin about syair. And the last speaker
오늘은 일찍 beli dah. Beli dah.
And local Japanese. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's presentation today with the first panel until 9 panel in the through video. Thank you. And after we will continue to Q&A.
Good evening, everyone. I want to presenting my paper entitled Space as the Basic Ingredient of the Customary Ritual Culinary Aceh Cultural Heritage System. Religion benefits from space culture as space become increasingly popular research in the field medicine. This and herbal medicine expanding thanks to integrated technologies. Practice ceremony associated with religion such Buddhist and other are now with the appraised and used as space. After spending time in the field, many individuals become convinced that just a tiny group people understood it, and this knowledge of space makes fade with time. How can space become culture in literature God as in Aceh traditional ceremonial and cultural activities, and how can the younger generation be equipped to comprehend and pass on the pattern cultural legally and cultural activities in the community? This research is described qualitative using an ethnohistory method. Finding traditional knowledge and belief about space in the context of culture biodiversity are extensively practiced by Aceh tribe. Second, several kinds of ceremonial plants like to the space plant with protect because they are extremely important. 3. Ancient social culture factor was be considered attempt to main space plan for ceremonial use at Aceh region. Thank you.
Good morning. We are from University of Trunajaya Madura. The title of our research is Development of Coconut Fiber, the Waste Killer as a Sound-Absorbing Material from the Utilization of Coconut Coir Waste. The impact of noise pollution varies from damage to human hearing and psychological function to stress on the work system. Noise can be overcome by reducing in a room with sound-absorbing material. The type of research into developing sound dampening material product. This research has two activities. The development of manufacturing is divided to 3 steps, namely cleaning coconut fiber, gluing with organic glue, and printing the product. These tests use absorption coefficient and insertion loss tests on 2 cm and 3 cm product sample. Then the data was analyzed using regression analysis. The research product is named coconut fiber, the waste killer. The coconut fiber used come from old coconut where the meso crop is taken. This product has the advantage of being easy to install, shape and color according to customer wishes, along with effort to continue to raise public awareness of the importance of reducing the impact of noise and improving the quality of life. The conclusion, the coconut fiber, the waste killer product, can be an alternative material for sound dampening from coconut fiber waste that do not harm health and dealing with agro waste.
Introduce myself. My name is Anas Anwar Nasirin. I am the representative from Department History, Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Indonesia. My title presentation is Ambon Uliase, a speech producing center in Nusantara, addressing on Kavata and Lania since the 17th century. The term Ambon comes from the word ombong, from the local term Jew telling the story at the certain times. Many mountains in the Ambon Island are covered with dew, which makes the weather in Ambon cloudy. The name of Ambon was previously Kota Laha, which means port of city. Before the 19th century, people did not know the term Central Maluku, North Maluku, or Southeast Maluku. Maluku is only interpreted as the center of the kingdom of North Maluku, such as Ternate, Tidore, Bacan, and Jailolo, or Maluku Keiraha, or which mean Maluku for mountains. This is the Kavata and Lania. Kavata and Lania are historical forms that have been recorded in several villages in the Ambon Uliase Island. Kavata and Lania in Ambon Uliase until the 1997 can be found in villages on Seram Island, Boro Island, and villages whose inhabitants are Muslim. The factor that Lania has survived for centuries because it is contains carried cultural values. Kavata and Lania because they can only be recited by the certain people who have supernatural power. Kavata and Lania are only recited during certain ceremonies. The sacredness of Kavata and Lania is a guarantee of the authenticity and credibility of the story of historical events. Kavata and Lania, which are topic of discussion today, are about the history of the awareness of Ambonese people as the center of speech production and the 17th century in the form of the oral tradition about the class of cultural relation over the presence of the POC or Trinity of Indonesian company. The research method use the historical method. There is for uh, the for for about the historical method. The first is the heuristic, source criticism, interpretation, and historiography. The heuristic use uh, the heuristic look uh, look for the source in the Arsip Nasional Republik Indonesia, Perpustakaan or Library University Indonesia, and the Library Hadul Jannah Jatinangor. After the process of the heuristic to the process of the verification or the criticism of source, there is the external criticism for the credibility of source and the internal criticism of source and the interpretation and historiography. Ambon Uliase Speech Producing Center in Nusantara. Evidence of Ambon as speech center there are in the outside port. The port was originally built the Portuguese in the 1575 until the 1576. In the 1605, the port was captured by the POC and named Castel Pistoria. The name Pistoria symbolizes the history of the POC over the Portuguese. Until the 1865, the Ambon Uliase was the main crop producing area of for the POC. The whole system was carried out at the time to maintain the existence of Ambon as producer of crops by not allowing other regions to produce crops. The government system is the reason was adapted to increase of the POC, namely the elite politics and POC leader has strong political choice. This is the picture about the Port New Victoria. This is the pitch I have from the National Archives Republic Indonesia in the Augustus 2023. And this is the Lania from Dr. Haji Mariam Lestaluhu in the 1988. I search for the example just the Lania. I will read with the Indonesian translator translate. Pernah utusan datang menjumpai Lautua Ronisina, tetapi ia tidak bersedia menjadi Nasrani. Sementara surat bertubi-tubi kepada Monia Makuku, tetapi ia tidak bersedia menjadi Nasrani. Hanya bujuk dan tipu muslihat datang kepada Pikai Hehe Lasina, Raja Hulaliu, dan ia telah mengaku menjadi Nasrani. Lalu kupersembahkan dia, Tua Laisina, tangannya, lalu kupersalahkan dia, Tua Laisina. Tangannya telah menjabat tongkat kekuasaan untuk pergi ke gereja. Lenggang lenggaknya sebagai penguasa. Gugur sudah mahkota keislamannya. Di samping di kepalanya topi raja-raja, ia telah berguling tinggalkan 4 raja. Kalimat syahadatnya telah lenyap. This is Delania, lines 36 until 52. Lania is from Haruku Island, which is related to the spread of Christianity in the Ambon Island during the Second Alaka War in the 1625 until the 1637. Tells the story of the course carried out by Pikai Hehe Laisina, King Hulaliu, who converted from Islam to Christianity. Previously, invitation to convert to Christianity had been made by the Dutch to La Tua Ronesina, king of the island, atau Raja Pulau, and to Monia Makuku, king of Rohonomi, but they refused. The Second Alaka War occurred because the POC in the 1637 monopolized crops and make to the Uli Hatuha or Haruku community at a very low price. The POC considers the Haruku people as an uncivilized nation because they are Muslim, except for the Hulaliu country, which has been successfully Christianized. The conclusion for the presentation, the arrival of Dutch, especially POC, initiated by Admiral Warwick to the Ambon in the 1599 and the 1601, it was followed by Admiral Stephen van der Hagen and Van Heemskerk. Throughout the historical narration in Kapta Enonia, it has become evident that Ambon Uliase as a speech center. Ambon Uliase became an economic attraction for Western nations. contributing to change in cultural and religious pattern there. The vision of Western nation to come to Nusantara to seek gold, spread Christianity or gospel, and achieve glory or glorious, has made Ambon Olese and its people progressing Kapta Enania as historical faith and the spirit center in Nusantara. Thank you for the presentation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, colleagues and friends. I am Pradita Devi Sukarno, a researcher at the Center for Area Studies, Indonesia National Research and Innovation Agency. You can call me Adit. Today, I will present historical research on Hadra arts as a legacy of the spice route in coastal West Papua. The art of playing the suling tambur was not discussed because I did not have much data. The dominant historiography focused on commodities like paper, nutmeg, cloth, and sandalwood, and in the history of the spice route, such as its colonial legacy. Furthermore, the spice route did not only traverse Maluku Island, it extended to places such as Raja Ampat, Sorong, and Fak-Fak in western Papua. This trade route facilitated the exchange of cultural elements, including the Hadra art from Yemen, which play a significant role in the spread of Islam. In the research context, the decolonization of the spice routes aims to strengthen Sutherland argument. She posits that when we examine local culture through the lens of decolonization, it frequently retains a Western perspective. More precisely, it is often seen as a vehicle for modernization, influencing the role of the new state and contributing to what is commonly referred to as the grand narrative of development. Regrettably, there is still a scarcity of literature that explores the transformative element of local culture, history, and generate alternative narrative that exists independently of the prevailing grand narrative. Understanding the history of Hadra arts in West Papua is crucial because it challenges the Eurocentric perspective and the grand narrative of modernization. It also fosters alternative history independent of Western influence. Papua's strategic location on the global spice trade route facilitated its connection to the Moluccas, influenced by Sultanate of Tidore, which collected tribute, traded, and conferred title on Papuan leaders. Peaceful trade relations were maintained, and Tidore never exerted administrative control. Additionally, people from the Bugis, Buton, Makassar, Java, Maluku tribes, and Arab countries arrived here to work and traders. This centuries-long history of encounter has resulted in the area being by a polyethnic community. This occurred before the Dutch colonial government arrived. The spread of Islam on the Papuan coast occurred around the 17th century through interaction, families, and economic factors. It led to mixed marriage, creating a diverse community with a rich cultural heritage, including Hadra arts. Hadra art, originating from Hadramaut, Yemen, spread through the spice route carried by scholars and traders. It didn't replace existing arts, but added diversity. It became an integral part of predominantly Muslim Raja Ampat, where it played various roles, including religious and cultural. The power dynamic and spice trade relation between Ternate, Tidore, Raja Ampat attracted individuals from Arab countries to participate in the archipelago spice trade. The introduction of Hadra arts to local communities did not supplant existing artistic tradition, allowing local to embrace it willingly due to its vibrant appeal and enrichment it brought from both local and immigrant culture, as seen its development in the Maluku Island. In the predominantly Muslim Raja Ampat region, Hadra has become integral to various occasions, such as accompanying wedding, leading prayers, and welcoming importing guests, often accompanied by the rhythmic beating of tifa and chants honoring the Prophet Muhammad, fostering a deeper spiritual connection. The spice route legacy also influenced the Muslim population growth in Papua, especially after the Act of Free Choice in 1969. Islamic educational movement and kulturah dakwah emerged, promoting Islamic values in a culturally sensitive way. Special autonomy policy reinforced Papuan identity and facilitated the growth of Islamic culture, including Hadra art. It became a symbol of identity, transcending the identity of Muslim migrants. Hadra culture as a medium for proselytizing a Muslim is increasingly active in spreading Islamic value that respect pluralism and tolerance between religious communities in Papua. Hadra does not only belong to the identity of Muslim migrant from Ternate, Tidore, Seram, Halmahera, Bugis, Makassar, and Java. Papuan Muslim also play the arts and they also actively participate in various Hadra festival at the provincial level. In fact, some Christian youth in Sorong City also participate in the Hadra arts, which is performed around their house to awaken residents who will observe sahur during the month of Ramadan. Papuan enthusiastically embrace Hadra arts with education in mass and schools playing a crucial role. Hadra Festival became popular, encouraging creativity and participation. Student motivation to participate in Hadra extracurricular activities is formed from environment such as family and nearby mass activities. They usually recognize the art from their parents, siblings, or friends. Their interest in learning Hadra at school is a result of the practice of chanting solawat in their home environment. As a result, when they enter school, they tend to want to develop these skills and also aim to promote Islamic values through the art form. In conclusion, the spice route history goes beyond commodities. It shaped and spread cultures, including Hadra art. This art originating from South Arabia become a vital part Papuan identity and a medium for cultural inclusiveness. Thank you, and we can continue our discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and first, I'd like to express my gratitude towards Negeri Rempah Foundation and BRAIN for giving me in this opportunity. My name is Ramdan Rahmat. I'm currently a student of Universitas Gadjah Mada in Performing Arts and Visual Art Studies. On this occasion, I'm going to present the research I have done since last year. The research is titled Wana Dance Preserving the Collective Trauma of the Banda Eli Society Through Traditional art. First of all, starting from the title of the research, there are three important points. The first is Banda Nera, and second is the history of the Banda genocide 1621, and the third is Wana Dance. The first point is Banda Nera. Banda Nera is an island located in Banda Island, Central Maluku, Indonesia. This region has had a long history. Until the 16th century, Banda managed to become the largest producer of nutmeg and maize in the world. Nutmeg and fully are one of the most sought after commodities to the world. In this Always book, title is History of Banda. It was explained that at the time the price of the nutmeg was equivalent to a diamond of the same size. We can imagine it that the Banda Island should now become an advanced civilization with the natural research the produce. However, none of this happening due to the genocide, the colonialism did to try to control the nutmeg trade. The peak event occurred during the Banda genocide in 1621. In 1621, the VOC came to Banda Island to take refuge after its violent attempt to take over in 1609 and ordered an attack and all the people of Banda to take over all the nutmeg plantation in the Banda Island. This was the cause of the Banda genocide in 1621. The most impact victims are women in genocide Banda 1621. Currently, the people of Banda Eli have performance arts product that carry this historical narrative. The show is called the Wana Dance or Wanare, originating from Banda Eli, Cape Besar, Southeast Maluku. That history journey contained in the Wana Dance is packaged with a verbal narrative called Onotan Sarawandan. Timo Kartinen in the Indonesian Anthropology Journal said that Onotan Sarawandan can be interpreted as singing of sadness. Wana Dance was performed live at mini place Banda Nera during the Muhibah Budaya Jalur Rempah program June 2022. In this program, the Wandan people, after 41 years of leaving their ancestral land due to the 1621 Banda genocide, were able to present this art performance on their ancestral land for the first time, involving all community groups in Banda Eli and Elat. I'd like to show you this video. This video I took during the observation from Bandan culture. I try to reveal the formulation of the problem. How can the Wana dance present the collective memory of the ancestor of the Banda Eli people? The purpose of the study is to find out how the Wana dance can present the collective memory of the ancestor of the Banda Eli people. In this research, I use Gayatri Spivak subaltern theory to see Wana dance as a work of art that emerged from Bandanese woman. In the subaltern context, these terms refers to social, cultural, political, and group are the outside the dominant or elite force. Therefore, they often don't have a significant voice or representation in society. Spivak then developed an understanding of subalternity by considering gender and social concept. She believed that women from subaltern groups often face forms of oppressions and injustice. Her article, title Can the Subaltern Speak, also explained that subaltern have no voice. My research used a qualitative approach by conducting observation and interviews. Observations were made while participant in 2022 Spice Roads Cultural Festival in Banda Neira, and concert interview with the dance and crews of the Wana dance performance. As the result of this research, I found now we will discuss the fragments contained in the Wana dance. The Wana dance consists of 3 fragments which have different narrative. The first fragment tells about Wandanjadi, describing the originating of civilization in the Banda Island and how in this region nutmeg was first discovered. Next, the second fragment describe Islam Jadi. This means that for the first time, Islam entered in Banda Island. According to Wahab Latar, a young man of Banda descent who also took part in helping the 100 performance, said the Islam entering Banda was not immediately accepted. Several experiments were carried out until finally Islam was successful, spread through the 4 Bandanese youth who were called Lebetul Rakat. Then in the third fragment is Genocide Banda 1621. The Onotan Sarawandan begin to be song followed by slow movement carried out by the dancer. In the section tells the story of how the Banda genocide occurred in 1621. Their 44 leaders who were called Banda rich people had to receive the death sentence of Fort Nassau. Not only that, more than 600 people became the victim of the incite, and hundreds of people were arrested and taken to Batavia to be enslaved. Women and children made up the majority of the survivors and finally started a new life on the surrounding island. One of the first Onotan Sarawandan that you can hear Yan Peter Sukune merampas buah pala hasil Wandani. Kami anak Wandan tak mau dijajah. Which is mean like to Yan Peter Zun, the nutmeg says the nutmeg fruit of Wandan. We Wandan people don't want to be colonialized. During the show, this part of the poem was kept at the end of the performance, which was repeated several times. The condition are the location of the show where we emotional from the young people of the elderly. Everyone cries history. Even the dance who were performing were crying from the middle until the end of the show. Here I see the position of Banda women who are the marginalized or oppressed people who are also called the subaltern according to Spivak theory. Spivak theory started the subaltern cannot speak. Speaking her is not limited to verbally communicating, but rather the silence experienced by the Wandan woman in voicing their opinion. Wandan appears as a space for Wandan woman to speak, but that does not mean that Wandan woman are free to speak. This Warner dance is their only way to express. It's my presentation. If you have any question, feel free to ask me, and thank you very much.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests and fellow researchers. I'm honored to be here today at the International Forum on the Spice Roads to share my research on exploring the influence of the spice roads on Majapahit legacy through jewelry. This presentation represents the culmination of early-stage research conducted through a thorough literature review with the aim of creating innovative jewelry to preserve the cultural heritage of the Majapahit Empire. I am here to explore the profound impact of the spice routes on Majapahit jewelry. These routes facilitated cultural exchanges and artistic developments during the empire's reign. By examining archaeological findings and historical records, we will uncover the intricate web of influences that shaped this unique jewelry. The Majapahit Kingdom was the last stronghold of the East Javanese classical period, estimated to have ruled from the 13th to the 15th century. It reached its zenith during the reign of King Hayamuruk, known for his patronage of the arts including literature and jewelry. Archaeological excavations at the Trowland site have uncovered various gold jewelry items, indicating the zenith of jewelry making during this period. The Majapahit Kingdom left an indelible mark on the Indonesian archipelago and the broader Southeast Asian region. During this time, Indonesia underwent a process of acculturation, blending prehistoric culture with Indian influences from the 4th to the 15th century. This fusion ultimately gave rise to the distinct Javanese culture that characterized the Majapahit Kingdom. Now, let's dive into the spice routes by understanding the significance of these spice routes. They were not merely trade routes but conduits of knowledge, culture, and prosperity. The Majapahit Empire's strategic location allowed it to act as a vital crossroads for these routes, facilitating a unique blend of influences. The heart of Majapahit jewelry lies in its materials and designs. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Majapahit legacy is its association with gold artifacts. Gold objects are believed to have been known in Indonesia since prehistoric times. However, the most abundant evidence of gold artifacts comes from the classical period when Indonesia was significantly influenced by Indian culture. The production of jewelry during the Majapahit era predominantly used gold due to the presence of gold-rich islands in the Indonesian archipelago. Southeast Asia was relatively rich in gold and lacked silver, making gold the preferred metal for various artifacts, including jewelry. Jewelry in Majapahit society served multiple purposes, from adorning the body to being used as instruments in religious ceremonies. Some jewelry pieces featured intricate motifs and designs, often inspired by Hindu-Buddhist beliefs and the natural world. The collection of the National Museum in Jakarta includes several pieces of jewelry depicting the Kalamakara motif. The Kalamakara motif can be found on earrings, or kundala, and shoulder ornaments, or keyura. Both types of jewelry are commonly found in stone sculptures, bronze sculptures, and clay sculptures from the Majapahit era. While stone sculptures typically depict divine figures or rulers portrayed as deities, some metal and clay sculptures also depict everyday individuals. From these depictions, good afternoon, distinguished guests and fellow researchers. I'm honored to be here today at the International Forum on the Spice Routes to share my research on exploring the influence of the spice routes on Majapahit legacy through jewelry. This presentation represents the culmination of early-stage research conducted through a thorough literature review with the aim of creating innovative jewelry to preserve the cultural heritage of the Majapahit Empire. I am here to explore the profound impact of the spice routes on Majapahit jewelry. These routes facilitated cultural exchanges and artistic developments during the empire's reign. By examining archaeological findings and historical records, we will uncover the intricate web of influences that shaped this unique jewelry. The Majapahit Kingdom was the last stronghold of the East Javanese classical period, estimated to have ruled from the 13th to the 15th century. It reached its zenith during the reign of King Hayamuruk, known for his patronage of the arts including literature and jewelry. Archaeological excavation at the Trowland site have uncovered various gold jewelry items, indicating the zenith of jewelry making during this period. The Majapahit Kingdom left an indelible mark on the Indonesian archipelago and the broader Southeast Asian region. During this time, Indonesia underwent a process of acculturation, blending prehistoric culture with Indian influences from the 4th to the 15th century. This fusion ultimately gave rise to the distinct Javanese culture that characterized the Majapahit Kingdom. Now let's dive into the spice routes by understanding the significance of these spice routes. They were not merely trade routes but conduits of knowledge, culture, and prosperity. The Majapahit.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lisa Jonathan. Today, I would like to present my topic about Tokoun, an archipelago spice artifacts on the north coast of Java. As we know, the archipelago spice route facilitated the process of acculturation between immigrant nations and Indonesian culture. In Indonesian archipelago, there are a total of 20 design locations that serve as beginning sites for the ongoing endeavor of reconstructing the historic spice route. Initial considerations for the rebuilding of the spice route. Semarang is situated along the northern coastline of the island of Java, serve a testament to the process of the acculturations. Semarang has several well-preserved artifacts, perhaps contributing as historical proof of the spice route. Among these artifacts, Tokoun stands out as an outstanding instance. So today, we'll address three specific objectives originating from Tokoun. First, it is important to emphasize that Tokoun is an important historic artifact situated along the Indonesian spice route, particularly on the north shore of Java Island, and it still stands in current day. To identify the material and non-material culture of the result of Tokoun, which is a process of acculturation of immigrant culture with the local Javanese culture, which is still maintained to this day as the store brand identity. 3. To learn about the actions implemented by the Tokoun to preserve sustainability of the business. The present study utilities a descriptive qualitative research methodology. The objective of the study is conduct an extensive Tokoun Semarang building to the many components of its interior space, building, and diverse range of food and beverages available. Following this, the results obtained from the existing body of research are contextualized in relation to the current situation by direct visual observations and personal experience with the food and beverage service. As we know, the Tokoun is the result of material and non-material culture from the acculturations immigrant from native Javanese and immigrant nations. So what is the material culture? Material culture concept emphasis on the role of initiate things in the environment. And what is the non-material culture? Aspects are defined as human creations such as thought, language, values, belief, behavior, and social institutions. In this analysis, we seek to break down the material and non-material of culture within Tokoun. As we could see in the picture, Tokoun material cultural properties are the architectural design of the structure, the interior design features, and food and beverages constitute. Tokoun might be regarded a manifestation of the concept cultural acculturations. The food establishment in concern keep its distinctives in both architectural style and range of culinary foods and drinks it provides even to the present day. And for the non-material culture attribute of the Tokoun It is a service system, or the manner in which it serves consumers. As you can see in the picture, the Pak Mulyono is a waiter staff and using traditional black patchy caps with the white uniforms. It is a recommendation put on out by President Sukarno. Remarkably, the Tokoun have accumulated several generation experience, spanning up to the present day of the total of 3 generations having served as the familial ties to Tokoun, such as Bapak Mulyono. Building design, food and drink can be classified as element of material culture, while serving system belong to the category of non-material culture. Tokoun aims to conserve the two things cultural artifacts through the implementations of living heritage framework. The utilizations of the concept of living heritage presents a feasible strategy for the conservations of Indonesian spice belt, while currently promoting sustainable design principles across the entire of Indonesia. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our event with Q&A, question and answer. So I will invite some speaker here. Selain Mas Tanas ada di sini? Another speaker here in the ballroom. I will invite just one. Okay, thank you. And here with me, Mas Anas ya?
Yeah.
Mas Anas, one of our speaker in this room, and also I think so many speaker ya, Ibu Lilis in Zoom. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can ask one or two question. Don't forget to say your name and your affiliation. And after that, I will share to the speaker to answer ya. So the first answer from here from ballroom from question, the first question. Ada nggak penanya satu orang atau mungkin dua ya? Maybe 2 or 3 tiga pertanyaan dari ballroom. Ya, oke. One. Just one. Oke, Madam. Ada itunya nggak? Speaker. Pakai oh, yes. Bisa. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. I'm Lynette Russell from Monash University, the Global Encounters Project. I have a specific question for the speaker who spoke about the spice routes of West Papua, and in particular made a comment about Portuguese records from the 16th century being available to and indicating that there was spice trade in the Raja Ampat area. So I'd be really interested to know what that was, because we've obviously got an interest in Portuguese records, but for us, the Great Fire of 1755 seems to have destroyed almost everything there was. So I'd be really interested to know. That was the speaker on West Papua.
Okay, second question from the ballroom. The first question about spice route in Raja Ampat ya, Raja Ampat, North Papua. The second question here, nothing ya, no one. So kita ke Zoom ya. Anyone from Zoom? Raise your hand. Apa ada dari Zoom yang peserta yang ingin bertanya? Bisa raise your hand? Nggak ada? Oh, nggak ada ya? Oke. Kalau nggak ada, so who will answer the question? Raja Ampat siapa ya? Who's the speaker about Raja Ampat, about North Papua?
Halo Mas, saya Mas.
Oh ya, Mas siapa Mas? Mas Pradita ya?
Yeah,
Ya, oke. Mas Pradita, time is yours.
yeah. Thank you for your question from Russell from Monash University. Yeah, I think Portuguese was have had a legacy in Southwest Papua, especially in Raja Ampat. But in my presentation, I focus on Dutch and Arab countries. I think Portuguese. I have much data from Portuguese legacy in Southwest Papua, ya, especially in Raja Ampat. Yeah, in my case, I don't think the role of the Portuguese was the great in Southwest Papua. Thank you, Russell.
Okay, thank you, Mas. Another question dari mana? From Zoom. Okay, a question from Zoom. Siapa namanya yang di Zoom? Siapa? A question from Zoom, maybe one or two.
Halo.
Yohanes, monggo silakan Pak.
Yeah. Thank you very much. My question also to my friends from West Papua, I think, Mr. Pradita. Okay. Mr. Pradita, you mentioned also before that you mentioned about the sandalwood. The rate of the sandalwood also true that Raja Ampat and Sorong, yeah, Sorong Strait. While the literature we know actually the sandalwood just goes straight to China, to Hong Kong through Malacca Strait. So while we know that sandalwood is not from Papua, do you know any information that where they get and why they use this route for those sandalwood? Because the customer for sandalwood actually for the Chinese in India.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Pak Yohanes Enggono. I know sandalwood from East Timor, ya, Nusa Tenggara.
Yeah, in the Jaringan Island, the most island in eastern part of Indonesia.
But in my paper, I have description the spice root such as cloves, nutmeg, and sandalwood. But I agree what your opinion and sandalwood from especially in East Timor, ya, Pak Yohanes Enggono. Sandalwood does not from West Papua or Raja Ampat, yeah. But I think I have described that spice root bukan hanya bukan hanya tentang komoditi, tapi tentang banyak hal. Dan saya ingin menggambarkan bahwa komoditi-komoditi itu tidak menjadi bukan cerita tentang historiografi, itu tidak hanya dominan tentang komoditas gitu. Saya paham pertanyaan Pak Yohanes. Terima kasih Pak Yohanes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you Mas Pradita. Mas Pradita want to talk about jaringan perdagangan, ya, jaringan perdagangan, trade networks between
Ya, betul Mas.
Europe and Indonesia, especially in sandalwood. Sandalwood itu apa bahasa Indonesia? Cendana ya?
Iya, cendana,
Ya,
cendana.
kayu cendana, Mas.
Sental Malbon.
Kayu cendana from Timor ya, kira-kira itu ya. Oke, ada lagi question? Mau berkomentar? Oke, silakan Mbak Lilis ya.
Thank you very much for all the presenters. I think that's a very heterogeneous, yeah, and I think it's very from various perspectives, which is really interesting. There are presenters talking about dance, yeah, the form of the concept of aesthetic through material and non-material cultures. One talk about dance in Banda, yeah, and then Mas Anas talk about the Kapata and Lania. And then Mbak siapa namanya tadi, Mbak Yulianti about the Majapahit legacy through jewelry, and then until Mbak Lisa about the toko un ya. I think this panel shows a very different perspective from the presenters, and which is very interesting. Maybe my question is, how do the presenter sees this expression, yeah, the expression of culture from the community that they are working with have changed or continued? Like in the toko un, Mbak Lisa talk about how the toko un reserve some of the heritage, yeah, like in buildings, but they have also adapting like the way they serve the customer, for example. It's different maybe from the way they serve customer back in the colonial era with the current situation. I also want to ask about like in dancing in Banda, for example, or in Mas Anas, yeah, about the Kapata and Lania, what has changed or what continues in that material culture or non-material culture? Thank you.
Oke, terima kasih Dr. Lilis. Question is for all speakers. What is the change and continue? Change and continue. Presentation. Mas, yang di sini dulu deh. Anas ya. Tentang apa yang berubah dan yang bertahan gitu ya. Silakan.
Thank you atas pertanyaannya. Saya izin menjawab menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Penelitian yang saya lakukan ini, saya meneliti tentang sejarah lisan, yaitu Kapata dan Lania. Mengapa Kapata dan Lania ini disebut sebagai sejarah? Karena yang pertama, Kapata dan Lania ini berisi tentang pengkisahan di masa lalu, khususnya yang diteliti di sini dari abad ke-17 ketika masa kekuasaan VOC. Untuk bukti kesejarahannya, karena Kapata dan Lania ini sebagai sesuatu hal yang sifatnya sakral, sehingga yang membacakannya pun hanya orang-orang yang mempunyai kekuatan supranatural. Nah, atas kesakralan ini menjadi suatu bukti keotentikan isi di dalamnya. Kemudian di sini apa perbedaan antara Kapata dan Lania ini? Untuk Kapata lebih menceritakan sesuatu hal yang sifatnya heavy tentang peperangan. Kalau Lania lebih menceritakan sesuatu hal yang sifatnya sedih tentang pengkhianatan. Lalu salah satu kutipan yang dikutip tadi di slide itu adalah Lania. Itu dari Lestaluhu, dari Ibu Lestaluhu tahun 1980-an itu sudah diterjemahkan, dan untuk manuskripnya ada di Perpustakaan Nasional. Jadi di sana itu menceritakan tentang perang Alaka II, yaitu di Ambon. Pada saat itu di sini itu di Ambon itu bentuknya itu ada beberapa negeri, dan pada dari sekian negeri itu ada salah satu negeri, yaitu namanya itu negeri Hulaliu, di mana yang rajanya itu dia berpindah agama dari Nasrani, dari Islam menjadi Nasrani, dan hal ini juga pada saat itu menjadi sesuatu hal yang tabu ya, karena pada masa itu ya mayoritas negeri-negeri di Ambon ini mereka ini beragama Muslim, dan lalu di sini itu terjadinya pada perang Al-Qadwa itu penyebabnya itu salah satunya akibat adanya monopoli cengkeh yang di mana diberlakukannya hongi di sana, hanya negeri-negeri itu yang hanya di Ambon saja yang boleh berdagang menghasilkan cengkeh, sedangkan di tempat lainnya tidak boleh. Dan dari sini itu yang terjadi dari hal ini tuh there is the implication kepada sistem kultural dan struktur masyarakat di sana yang saat ini tuh menjadi lebih beragam, dan dari rempah inilah yang mengundang orang-orang asing mulai dari Portugis kemudian VOC untuk datang ke Ambon, dan yang menjadikan ya Ambon ini sebagai salah satu the center of speech in Nusantara.
Baik.
Yeah,
So,
thank you so much.
Mas Anas, what is the difference between the old Kapata Elenia and the present Kapata Elenia? Bedanya Kapata Elenia dulu sama yang sekarang apa?
Untuk saat ini tuh tentu perlu diteliti kembali ya Mas, karena penelitian terakhir tuh oleh Profesor Lairisa itu tahun 1997, dan itu pun tidak semuanya tersebar di Ambon, maksudnya itu tidak semuanya Kapata ini masih dilakukan pada saat itu, hanya di beberapa desa aja di Ambon Oliase ini yang masih mentradisikan Kapata, dan itu mayoritas dilakukan oleh orang Muslim. Untuk saat ini itu perlu diteliti kembali gitu, karena tentu saja dengan adanya perubahan zaman apakah itu masih dipertahankan atau justru terlupakan begitu saja.
Ya.
Gitu.
Baik, makasih
Thank
Mas
you so
Anas.
much.
I will translate very brief. First about continuity, people continue their Kapata Elnania ya until now, but this is very sacral, just for women ya, perempuan ya Mas ya.
Iya.
Hanya perempuan, just for women can yang memiliki tadi ya sakral.
Bukan perempuan,
Ya.
Just the person, hanya orang yang mempunyai kekuatan supranatural.
Tapi harus perempuan.
Tidak sih, saya
harus perempuan.
tidak menemukan tidak harus perempuan.
Jadi bisa laki-laki juga.
Bisa juga.
Oke.
Yang penting there is the supernatural
Dia punya
power.
supranatural. Oke. Yang kedua soal Kapata Elnenia ini masih ada eksis di beberapa desa aja ya. Oke. Saya mau kasih pertanyaan tadi tentang dari Ibu Lilis ya kepada another di Zoom. Siapa nih yang mau mulai? Yang mau lanjut? Mbak siapa? Nggak kelihatan. Dari Ibu Lilis berkaitan dengan tadi ya, apa yang continue, apa yang change. Ibu siapa nih yang bisa? Yang ini? Yang mau? Mbak Dwi bagus ada? Mbak Dwi bagus tadi? Masih ada ya? Atau siapa yang ada? Mbak
Lisa
Yulianti.
mungkin. Mbak Lisa.
Mbak siapa?
Lisa.
Oh, Mbak Lisa. Mbak Lisa. Lisa Levina. Mbak Lisa.
Okay.
Ya.
Yeah. Okay. In Indonesia atau English nih Pak?
Ya, Inggris saja.
Okay.
Campur juga nggak apa-apa.
Yeah. The points that still continuing till now, I think the architectural building that Toko Un used from 1936, because this is the building is have a Dutch colonial style, and then all the interiors also still the same. Maybe several of the elements that already old maybe have a rejuvenations, but they still keep close with the real things that the from that kind of building. And then secondly, the things that already still they have the menu. In the menu, they have a appetizer that they still using kind of fusion style between Dutch style and Japanese style. They have let's see, like 3 or 4 foods that still keep from until now. They have such as bistik lidah. Bistik lidah is one of the best seller in that kind of in the toko un, because bistik lidah is very different with the steak in European steak. Bistik lidah is fusions food that made balance with the Japanese culture, not also Dutch culture, but also mix in the taste of Japanese culture, and they still have till now. And then yeah, for the appetizer such as croquette, rissoles, spring rolls, that style bitterballen, and pavlages is also exists till now. And then the ice cream, that recipe that they have from 1920 till now have already served in that kind of in the toko un Semarang. The taste is tutti frutti especially. And then for the non-material and adaptations, maybe how they serve, maybe in the colonial Belanda, they serve not like now. They serve maybe like just like maybe like ART maybe, yeah. They not do a good attitude in the gas, but now in manner system of their service is very good and adaptable with the Indonesian ethic, such as like that.
Thank you, Mbak Lisa. Mbak Yulianti, do you want to?
Okay, maybe I will add a little bit. From Majapahit jewelry, there are several things adapted from the Majapahit heritage that still continue until now, such as the filigree work, granulation, and also the metal work, which is still used by the craftsmen. And also the symbolism, like certain symbol and motifs from the Majapahit period, such as lotus flowers, birds, and religious icons, continue to be used in modern jewelry. And I think the changes are mostly designers take the inspiration from the Majapahit empire to make a contemporary design. Maybe that's it. Thank you.
Oke. Ada lagi yang lain yang mau jawab? Mas Ramdhani?
Oke, terima kasih banyak. Mungkin saya
ya.
Sebelum kita selesai.
Kalau dari saya sendiri, the Banda Eli people have performing arts, the carry of the historical narrative in genocide Banda 1621. The show is called the Wanar Dance or Wanare, originating from Banda Eli, K Besar, Southeast Maluku. The historical journal contained in the Wanar Dance is packaged with a verbal narrative called Onotan Sarawandan. Onotan Sarawandan is a singing of sadness in Banda Eli. Jadi masyarakat Banda Eli itu memiliki seni tutur yang selalu diteruskan oleh kaum perempuan, only woman in Banda Eli, itu untuk di keberlangsungan generasi-generasinya. Nah, eh, pada Muhibah Budaya Jalur Rempah di tahun 2022, in this program, the Wanar people, after 41 years of living their ancestral land due to 1621 Banda genocide, were able to present this art performance on their ancestral land for the first time, involving all community group in Banda Eli and Elat. Jadi pada penelitian saya kemarin itu untuk pertama kalinya masyarakat Banda itu mempergelarkan tarian ini dengan melibatkan seluruh komunitas, seluruh kelompok masyarakat dari Banda Eli dan Banda Elat. Hal ini yang membuat pertunjukan tersebut menjadi sangat haru, menjadi sangat mengundang trauma bagi seluruh masyarakat yang hadir pada saat itu. Nah, hal ini yang sampai sekarang masih sering ditampilkan di sana, namun yang membedakan dengan penampilan-penampilan biasanya pada saat di tahun 2022 ini sangat mengundang trauma dari masyarakat itu sendiri. Ketika saya menanyakan kepada para penari, para pendukung pertunjukan, itu mereka sama-sama merasakan bagaimana leluhur dari mereka itu pada saat peristiwa genosida Banda di 1621. Mungkin
Baik.
dari saya seperti itu. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Thank you Mas Ramdhani. Kita kasih applause dulu to all of our speaker today. So I think our second panel is very important. Yeah, we learn about cultural heritage. We learn about continuity and change, and also Toko Un. Yeah, I know this is my. I think this is very important for me, Toko Un ya. Karena dulu when I was in Semarang nggak pernah ke sana tuh, cuma lihat toko tua. Tapi ini jadi menarik ya. So I think we must to finish ya, Mas Bram ya. Our second panel, and I want to say thank you very much ya. Thank you again untuk semua speaker yang hadir ya, dan semua apa namanya penanya tadi. So we will continue to another program after this second panel, and let's say thank you very much to speaker. Kita tutup. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mas boleh foto dulu nggak sih buat dokumentasi? Oke.
Terima kasih kepada moderator dan juga salah satu narasumber yang berada di tempat ini. Bapak Ibu yang berbahagia, kita akan break terlebih dahulu untuk makan siang dan ibadah sholat zuhur bagi yang akan melaksanakan. Kita akan kembali lagi pada sekira pukul 1 lewat 10 menit kurang. Dan untuk makan siang telah tersedia di sebelah kanan Bapak dan Ibu peserta. Kami persilakan untuk menikmati yang telah disediakan. To all participants, the lunch is preparing the right side from your seat. So please enjoy your lunch time. Thank you. Musik Udah belajar kan tadi? Operator musik udah belajar.
Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our conference in a few minutes. We invite you to back to your earlier position in this room because the conference will be starts in the short time. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kami harapkan kehadirannya kembali di ruang conference karena acara akan segera kami mulai kembali. Ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to come back again to the conference room because the conference will be start in 1 minute. Thank you. Sendalnya bagus. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will start again our conference. Thank you for coming again to this room for this conference. Our next session is a keynote speech by Professor Dr. Agus Heri Purnomo and keynote speech from Dr. Tuko Rameo Adi. We will invite the keynote speaker. The first keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Agus Heri Purnomo.
Hello, everyone. My name is Agus Heri from the Research Center for Society and Culture. And in the next 20 minutes or so, I'll be sharing with you a talk on maritime communities, just to develop your better sense about it and to allow you to take a better position on related issues. What is a maritime community, by the way? It is a group of people living on coastal areas and dependent on the sea for their livelihoods. And it has a deep understanding of the ocean and its resources. And they use this knowledge to sustainably manage marine resources. But despite its sticky proximity to resources, the maritime community is usually riddled with various shortcomings that complicate lives and livelihoods. This includes, among others, lack of alternative livelihoods, lack of technology, limited access to market, low educational attainment, isolation, climate or seasonal dependent, water shortage, saltwater intrusion, illegal fishing, and so on and so forth. Of course, not all maritime communities have all of these limitations. In fact, there are variations from one community to another. And to make you understand even more about the issue, let me present 3 cases from among the studies I have undertaken. First is about the maritime community of Parik Island, where people there put big effort to improve their condition. But as I'll show you, it turns out that their effort, the approach that they've taken, is not entirely right. Problems began when a tourist development program was introduced, taking advantage of the presence of interesting natural objects. Virgin beaches, beautiful corals, local culinaries are among the examples. Since then, the Parik Island has increasingly invited tourists, including those from abroad. This figure here illustrates how tourist arrivals on the island have increased so rapidly. In a 2-year period alone, it increased by more than 35%. And this encouraged the growth of related facilities such as shops, lodging services, and so on and so forth. People saw this as a good momentum to improve their lives. There are many aspects of tourism services that they can enter and generate income. Those who were originally fishermen or aquaculture operators flocked to take part in tourist businesses. Some provided equipment rentals, some become tour guides, some provide cash teller services, and so on and so forth. They sacrificed fisheries asset for that. So, not surprisingly, the number of fishermen dropped dramatically from time to time. They realized something had gone wrong during the COVID-19 pandemic. Their money has been depleted. Their original assets have gone. And it turns out that their natural resources have also been degraded due to tourism. I'd like to take a glance here showing some reports that mention degradation, including coral damage, water shortage, and waste accumulation. This obviously further complicates the lives of the people there on the island. What makes me optimistic at this point is the result of the perception research I conducted, which shows their awareness to look to the future with suggestions for various steps to be taken. They presented good proposals, including ecosystem rehabilitation, waste management, spatial zoning, and so on and so forth. Now, the second case that I want to share is the issue of maritime communities who pursue seaweed farming businesses. Indonesia's seaweed industry is world-leading, but ironically, the most upstream actors who are maritime communities are most disadvantaged group compared to other players in the industry. Number of limitations, including poor human resources, lack of capital, lack of technology, cause them to be chronically dependent on capital owners. This makes it difficult for them to develop because there is almost no incentive to do so. In this slide, I share snapshots showing how Brebes seaweed farmers apply only minimum effort in running their businesses. The pond is left unmaintained, and the quality of the product is checked improperly. No objective measuring devices are used. They just rely only on hand sensing. This is obviously detrimental because farmers do not have objective evidence when arguing with buyers regarding the moisture content of the products. And they have no power whatsoever when the price has to be solely determined by the buyer. This is another example of practice that indicates a lack of motivation where Serang farmers dry product insufficiently. And this is a picture of Sumatran farmers who harvest immature products. In the same series of studies, I conducted exercises using the Kaizen approach to identify ways farmers can follow to make their condition better. Referring to this approach, I facilitated them in identifying the most likely but useful simple step. In the table below here, you can see the projected benefit they will get from the simple step they identify themselves. The third case that I would like to share with you is the issue of climate change, which is also relevant to maritime communities in many locations. These are research answers to survey research questions that delves into their perception of indicators of climate change they are witnessing in their area. They pointed to several, including wave, wind, prolonged rain, tide, and water temperature. So in essence, they agree that climate change is something real. Fishers can pass through waves to a certain height, but not beyond that. The fishers said that they rarely or never have been constrained by waves to go fishing. Most fishers stated that catching fish is now getting more difficult. And they mostly believe that the combination of increased competition with climate change factors is to blame. So it's not just because of the increased competition. Unfortunately, when we asked whether they have options, most of them said they have none. The result of research that my colleague and I conducted confirmed a negative impact of climate change. In the sample location we surveyed, this impact included fishing activity, operational cost, and income. There is a finding that differs from others though, that climate change in some locations actually increased the income of fishers. Our research shows that this happens only when production is so declining, hence the supply, that the selling price of the fish rises sharply. As in case 1 and case 2, as I mentioned earlier, there are an opportunity for maritime communities to deal with the challenges. These are the various steps or adaptations, if you will, taken by maritime community regarding climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude my presentation by pointing to the following, which we can take as lessons and their implications. These are the important lessons. First, maritime communities in various species show by and large similar shortcomings, but face different challenges. Second, they have opportunities to take advantage of to improve their conditions. And the third is that adaptation are often constrained by limited capacities. So I would say that there are at least two implications. First, rather than a one-size-fits-all approach, a specifically designed program is more appropriate to improve the condition of the maritime community. Second, this means that scientists should avoid giving too general advice for the improvement of the maritime communities. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I can say. That's all committed. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Professor Dr. Agus Heri Purnomo. And ladies and gentlemen, now the next keynote is Dr. Tukul Rameo Adi. To Dr. Tukul Rameo Adi, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon to all. Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon to all participants, colleagues, and friends. First of all, I would like to thanks for having me in this forum, and I also would like to apologize for not being able to join real time with you all in this session due to I'm still in China for several meetings regarding to ocean literacy and blue economy sustainable development. Today, I would like to share a talk with topic on the initiatives of the decade action related to ocean literacy and community college, which have taken in the regional level, particularly in our spice route Asia Pacific region. I will start with SDGs as the entry point to my sharing today. The SDGs are a global development concept as a continuation of the MDGs, providing an opportunity for all of us to grow together, be strong together, progress together, and everything together. A note about a concept of global development since the MDGs is that it still focuses on land resources and has not paid to achieve our ocean, our future. Now we have UN Decade of Ocean Science with 7 outcomes of Ocean Decade. They are the Ocean Decade is a global program led by IOC, a decade-long action initiative to deliver the science we need for the ocean we want, and ultimately the ocean we need for the future we want. Ocean Decade has 7 outcomes, which is a clean ocean, a healthy and resilient ocean, a productive ocean, a predicted ocean, a safe ocean, an accessible ocean, and an inspiring and engaging ocean to be achieved. While we have 7 outcomes of Ocean Decade, there are 10 main challenges to achieve 7 outcomes. Based on the implementation plan summary on the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, 10 challenges have been identified that need to be addressed in order to achieve 7 outcomes. These 10 challenges are understanding on the source of pollutant and contaminant, understanding on the impact of multiple stressors to the ocean ecosystem, about the knowledge, innovation, and solution on the blue food, Also, knowledge, innovation, and solution on blue development, understanding and knowledge on ocean climate nexus, understanding and enhancing multi-hazard services, ensuring ocean observing system, developing a comprehensive digital ocean map through marine spatial planning, ensuring ocean for all capacity development and equitable access to ocean data and information, and as well as widely understanding on ocean value and services for human well-being, culture, and sustainable development. In brief, the point of the 10th challenge is to strengthen understanding, knowledge, and interest in the ocean, or we call it ocean literacy. What is the issues? It is about understanding to the ocean, and also behavior change to be more positive to the ocean. It is about ocean literacy. Here, ocean literacy is defined as the understanding of the ocean influence on humankind and how humankind influence on the ocean. Therefore, an ocean literacy person is the person that has understanding the essential principle and fundamental concepts about the function of the ocean. They can communicate about the ocean in a meaningful way and is able to make informed and responsible decisions regarding the ocean and its resources. So building ocean literate people is absolutely necessary to ensure sustainable ocean for sustainable development at large. Ocean literacy is actually the heart of the decade ocean science to realize ocean we need for future reward. Within a framework of SDGs in 2030, it requires not only good planning and the strategic development, but more importantly, how to form ocean literate people in all development components and all aspects. Based on the result of study conducted by IOI, understanding of the sea is currently still very low, not only at the general public level, but also among high-ranking people, policymakers, and even researchers and engineers. Moreover, the level of ocean literacy in the millennial generation is also increasingly concerning. Even though they are prospective development actors in the future, as long as the level of ocean literacy is still very low, especially at the level of policy researcher and the young generation, it is certain that the vision of our ocean, our future, will not be realized. Likewise, the program and action of the decade of ocean science with its 7 outcomes will also be difficult to realize. Ocean literacy and behavior change. Changing the behavior of all aspects and at all levels, it is absolutely necessary in order to realize the great ocean vision. A change in behavior that is more caring and wiser toward the ocean. Hence, we need to implement improvement in ocean literacy at all levels, and also to create participation mechanism and capacity development opportunities that bring scientists, practitioners, and other interest parties in close collaboration, peer-to-peer learning. Why it's important? Coastal communities are vulnerable to the marine environment in changing climate, but they are also the most knowledgeable of their own environment, and through their local wisdom, they have practiced coastal management for generations. Coastal communities with their own culture in the form of local wisdom and traditional knowledge should be the starting point of all development. Without an understanding. The rest slide, I would like to share with you about the three initiatives on regional level. The first one is about the IOC Westpac Working Group on Local and Traditional Knowledge. In 2023, IOC Westpac established one new working group to discuss particularly on local and traditional knowledge in the region. The main objective of the working group is to promote and incorporate traditional and local knowledge of the ocean in communities, particularly in coastal communities, into ocean literacy action program to realize 7 outcomes of the ocean decade. Particularly the outcome number 7, an inspiring and engaging ocean where society understand and values the ocean in relation to the human well-being and sustainable development. There are 3 specific objectives under this working group during a 2 years period. One is networking and inventorying existing ocean literacy action initiated by community in each member country in the region, in the Westpac region. The second is developing and exchange showcases and lessons learned based on the success story of the ocean literacy action initiated by community in each member country. And the the third, building a strategic action program for 5 years, ocean literacy action based on local showcase or example to encourage community changing their practice and habits, helping the conservation of the ecosystem, biodiversity, and human health to improve ocean health, as well as promoting their traditional knowledge and the best practice in pro-ocean activities. The working group will be run for 2 years, start from May 2023 to May 2025, with annual activities to achieve the objective. Considering that each country has large number of small islands, therefore each country will select 1 or 2 locations as an intensive site of the study. Each member involved will provide the present state of the intensive study site. The outcome of the work will be a national or regional policy paper that could be used by policymaker, community, and other stakeholders. The second initiative is about APEC Blue Citizen Initiative. Under this Blue Citizen Initiative, the Blue Citizen are defined as a citizen who have learned about eco-services from the ocean and are willing to explore the ocean and take action for the beautiful ocean. Action-oriented Blue Citizen campaign, which emphasizes people-centered practical learning, will foster behavior change essential for working toward the conservation and sustainable use of marine resources. The initiative actually echoed the Putrajaya Vision 2040, the strong, balanced, secure, sustainable, and inclusive growth, and also echoed Aotearoa Plan of Action from the perspective of people-centered capacity building. The Blue Citizen initiative start with the training workshop that held in Xiamen, China in the September 2023 to share best practice of cultivating blue citizen and providing the public good blue citizen guidebook. This is driven by the climate change, biodiversity loss, marine pollution, including marine debris and microplastic threaten the health of the ocean in unprecedented ways. It is acknowledged that marine environment is intrinsically complex and embedded in dynamic socio-ecological system, as well as policy regulation at the government level alone is far from enough to prevent its deterioration. Overlooking human and social dimension of the ocean is one of the most common factors behind conservation shortfalls, highlight the importance of enabling people to become and behave as a blue citizen. As individual habits and behavior exert great influence on marine environment, it is imperative to raise the knowledge of the ocean, which is indispensable to the resolution of the marine environmental challenge. And the last initiative is about the Green Ocean. Green Ocean is actually a IOC launched global program, a campaign program to grow awareness, to build knowledge and drive action to restore and protect the ocean. The ocean science for humankind. The Green Ocean is actually the global action for improving ocean literacy among young generation with raising awareness and promoting sustainable practices to protect our ocean, and has been launched in early year of 2023. IOC also released Gen Ocean website that we can visit for further information. The decade action is basically rely on people engagement and community participatory. Those three initiatives basically will be implemented by developing some showcases to encourage communities changing their practices and habits, helping the conservation of ecosystem, biodiversity, and human health to improve ocean health, as well as promoting their traditional knowledge and the best practice in pro-ocean activity. And those three initiatives can be seen as a platform for engaging community knowledge for the decade of action through three strategies: cultural approach, working with the community, and focus on youth as a main target. So I would like to close my sharing. I do hope you will have a very good discussion in the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Dr. Tukul Ramyo Andi. And we will going to panel 4. It's about maritime communities and will be moderated by Bapak Irawan. Maybe Bapak Irawan sudah bilang. Okay. Pak Irawan will moderate panel 4. You can opening and then ask to the presenter on this panel. To Pak Irawan, please, the time is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to session 1 of the panel 4. My name is Irawan. I'm a researcher at the Research Center for Society and Culture, BRIN. I will be your moderator for this session. So hopefully you still have that kind of spirit so we can finish the program until the end of the day. So the panel has interesting topic. As Kang Asep said, it's about maritime communities. So it will highlight 2 important issues. First is about fishers and fisheries. As we know, for example, small-scale fishermen, they have a significant and important role in the global catch. But yet, at the same time, they have or facing poor living conditions or very poor economic conditions, both on land and at the sea. This, and also probably the most recent times, they are facing the climate change crisis. So this panel hopefully will explore the innovative strategy and approach to address these challenges. So the panel, as usual, like just the previous one, will have 3 flash presentations, 2 minutes for every presentation, and 6 full presentations. The allocation time for this kind of presentation is 10 minutes for each presentations, and then all the presentations are recorded. So we will play them for you. After that, we will have hopefully a robust discussions, live Q&A for 25 minutes. So without further ado, I will start with playing the flash presentations. There are 3 presentations. First is Bawean Island, its locations and role in the spice route of Indonesian archipelago by Heri Priswanto. And the second one is Dynamic of Cirebon Harbor in the Khementi period, 1906 until 1942 by Shafa'ah. And then the third one is History of the Spice Route in Palembang by Yulis Arminta. We can play the flash presentations.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is Abel Josabat Manolang, and in this opportunity, I'll be presenting my research titled All Aboard, Walking Through Indonesia's Community
The flash presentations, I think this one is
in the effort to
the full
maintain
presentation.
maritime security. Without further ado, let's get into it. So, starting
Operator,
it is important to know
untuk
maritime
yang saat
security
ini yang
is
flash
another
presentation dulu.
important dimension to
Flash
the
presentation yang isinya 2 menit, masing-masing 2 menit.
Ya. Okay, I don't know, something wrong with the flash presentation, so we will just skip the full presentations. So I will read the 6 of them. First is about All Abroad, Walking Through Indonesia Community Development Initiative in the Effort to Maintain Maritime Security by Abel Yosafat Manulang. And then the second one is Toward the Safer Sea, Understanding and Combating Modern Slavery in Indonesia Fishing Industries by Uli Sahara Lumban Tobing. And the third one, integrative island tourism, a new strategy for fishing communities in the era of digital spice route by Anna Windarsi. And then, oh, this is quite interesting, Maslow's theory, maritime community sustainability in Bajo Bahari village, Wabula Southeast Syllabus by Dimas Rudi Hartanto. And then designing policy brief using Blue Food Network analysis for food sovereignty along the spice route involving communities by Repa Kustipia. And then the last one, spatial analysis of blue development productivity through digital acceleration and local government competition in Indonesia by Muhammad Nazikul Fajri and Vivi Amalia Ulandar. So we can play them for you.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is Abel Josabat Manolang, and in this opportunity, I'll be presenting my research titled All Aboard, Walking Through Indonesia's Community Development Initiatives in the Effort to Maintain Maritime Security. Without further ado, let's get into it. So, to start things off, it is important to know that maritime security is another important dimension to the state's national security. If national security is concerned with the state's security as a whole, then maritime security can be understood as the concept that concerns itself with the maritime dimension or the sea. And maritime security also has other dimensions apart from seeing the sea as a mere part of the state's territory, as it also sees the sea as something that has an environmental component or dimension to it. Indonesia, being an archipelagic state in Southeast Asia, places an important value to maritime security, given the sea's importance in storing the many natural resources that the state can use, along with the role the sea holds as the road or the veins where the state can get things around the state. However, in maintaining such a security, it has become all the more difficult given the ever globalizing world we live in now, where new challenges keep on arising. Before we dive deeper into Indonesia, it is important for us to note the changing landscape of Southeast Asia. As mentioned before, non-state threats have become a formidable threat to the maritime security of the region, given the ever-globalizing world we live in now. Numerous assortments or types of transnational crimes have made their presence in the region, from something like EU fishing, terrorism, trafficking, and other crimes. And apart from unintended threats like those, it is also important to note more accidental ones like maritime incidents or latent ones like overfishing that would severely harm the environmental aspect of the ocean. The difficulty in dealing with non-state threats and its other counterparts is also accompanied by the strong interconnectedness to the idea of maritime security itself that makes it difficult for it to be accomplished by one state. And in regard to Indonesia alone, in maintaining state security, Indonesia has numerous agencies in its disposal, from Bakamla RI, its relevant ministries, and its Indonesian Navy itself. However, despite the presence of many agencies, maintaining Indonesia's maritime security still remains a difficult task, given Indonesia's vast ocean and the many threats that are now present in the region and the state. Such a condition would certainly be a burden to the agency's resources. However, in dealing with such a challenge, new approaches have been made by those agencies. One of them involved the empowerment or active involvement of local coastal communities in maintaining their nearby seas. We can see such initiative under numerous names like Rapala under Bakamla RI, Bindesir under the Indonesian Navy, and Pokmaswas under Indonesia's Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fishery. Well, the bottom line of those initiatives is that those government agencies are now involving the local people to support their capacity or surveillance capacity, to be precise, to be more aware, so they can be more aware of what's going on in the sea. So in a sense, we can see them as the agency's eyes on the field. And such an initiative is actually also in line with the critical perspective of national security, where instead of seeing the people, in this case the local coastal community, as merely a reverent object or something else to be protected, it is important to see them as a potential partner the government actors, like those agencies, can work with. And it happens to be something that those agencies were aware of as they eventually made or spearheaded the effort for those initiatives. Therefore, through involving them, apart from empowering them in ways like educating them of the threats, giving them the needed skills to work along with them, they are also given the capacity or opportunity to take up the role of working side by side with those actors, to be active and not merely a passive actor in the scene of the issue. Hence, such an initiative would not only be beneficial for the state, but also for the people, where they can take up a more active role. So, in summary, we can come to a conclusion that the changing nature of threats toward the sea begs for a change in the manner in which states and its agencies respond to it. In this sense, they can go beyond state-centric effort and turn to other actors like the local coastal community to fill in their gaps. And Indonesia, being an archipelagic state, also faces the same challenges. But the many agencies it has already made the stride to adapt to the challenges and take up the needed measures to deal with the threat at hand. And aside from being in line with the critical security perspective, such initiatives also go along with the grand interest of maintaining Indonesia's maritime security through enhancing the agency's maritime domain awareness. And yeah, that is all for me. Thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Mas Abel, for the presentations. I think this is quite interesting because Mas Abel sees something that quite common in the pattern. If the government agencies not able or probably have limitations, and then the local communities or probably the society will take over their part to do something or try to protect the shore. I think we can elaborate more about that later on in the discussions, and then we will just continue to the second presentations. It's about toward the safer sea, understanding and combating modern slavery in Indonesia's fishing industry by Uli Syara Lumban Tobing. Oh, okay. I think for the next presentation, it's not about the towards safer sea, but which one? I think we will can start with Mbak Anna. Integrative island tourism. Next, I think. Integrative island tourism, a new strategy for fishing communities in the era of digital spice route by Anna Windarsi. Yes, that one.
Thank you to the committee for allowing me to share the finding of my research. Let's me share the screen. My title presentation today is Integrative Island Tourism, a new strategy for fishing communities in the era of digital spice route. My name is Anna Windarsi. I came from Research Center for Society and Culture, National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN. In my introduction, the fishing community, like many other industries, are beginning to incorporate technology into their operation. And the second, Indonesia Internet Service Provider Association, or APSI, in 2023 survey results present the internet users reach 78.90%, same as 2015 million people. The reason of top 3 to access internet. The first, to access social media, and number 3.33. The second, to access information or news, and number 3.15. And the third, to working or studying from home, and number 3.11. And for the several experts and previous research, Johnson in 2017 said that technology has had a significant impact on travel by removing much of the friction associated with it. And Falcao et al. In 2019 said with the multitude of mobile applications available on smartphone and thanks to universal connectivity, so traveler can have a smoother, more convenient, and more accessible travel experience. So the purpose of this paper is to develop a new strategy for fishing villages based on integrated island tourism. Method in the research, a case study in Pahawang Island home, data collection with participative observation, in-depth interview, and manual from platform social media such as Instagram, YouTube, and website. Data analytic with descriptive, and narrative, and critical, and data presented by graph, table, or figure. Several findings in the research and website on Instagram and YouTube, searched by keyword Pahawang, present that in website 170,000 result in top 3. The first PT Shinrawat Lampung, the second CV Shaharatur, and the third ticket.com. And in Instagram, top 3 account, the first Pahawang _island _Lampung, same as PT Aero Travel Indo Utama, has 55.2 thousand followers, and the second account pahawang.island.lampung, same as PT Sahabat Trip Indonesia, has 40.6 thousand followers, and the third Bintang Pahawang account since 2040 with 56.5 thousand followers. And in the YouTube top 3 account, the first kemenparekraf.go.id, uploaded 10 months ago, and the second Keluarga Adi with upload 8 months ago, and the third Denita Elvira Jalan account with uploaded 4 months ago. Next finding, the Ketapang Port as departure on arrival tourism in the travel open trade, and there is again millennial crew and tour guide, drone crew, etc. use hybrid transaction, both cashless on and cash, and the visitors like small group, family group, and inside or outside the province or island. And if infrastructure like drone, clean spot, sanitation, prayer room, etc. But it is pushed such as water fill abodes that have not been paved, density populated settlement, bathroom for washing, etc. And in the role of community members, share roles there's any play, but less involving the inner role. Next finding, the supporting infrastructure like toll roads from Bakaheni and Merak crossing service is excellent and plentiful. The Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy policy on village tourism, and there are initiation of French citizen in the tourism region of Pahawang. Next, discussion of this research. The first tourism that provides unique, original, and novel experience is the trend of the future, which makes life fun and play. The difficulties identified in Pahawang include disconnected integrated components, such as meal options that lack typical local food. There remains little connection to the Highlanders' social and cultural life. Next discussion, the third citizen will continue dividing roles in the management of village tourism or community-based tourism without role conflict. Is it essential to change or remain they all assign the same role? And how could the distribution of roles be maintained balanced? So on the conclusion of the research, the first mapping these local strategies for fishing communities globally will assist for their efforts to maintain the wheel of life turning in the digital era. The second, new internet-based media, especially Instagram and YouTube, render it easier and faster to diversity tourism. And finally, the stakeholder support in policy, provision of support supplies, and rising human resource capacity is essential to the strategy's viability over time. And for the next research, the research suggests utilizing social media as a data collecting platform is always told, since there are tools to support calling data that are not easy to understand. So if there is an application that provides this, it will enrich the finding of research and its contribution to the user community. I think my presentation is enough, and I would appreciate feedback and advice. Thank you.
Okay, terima kasih banyak Mbak Ana for your presentations. I think we will go straight to the next presentation. It's about Maslow theory, maritime community sustainability in Bajo Bahari Village, Wabula in Southeast syllabus by Dimas Rudi Hartanto. Okay, we can play it.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Dimas Rudi Hartanto, lecturer at Nusantara Maritim Academy of Cilacap. Now let me present my paper with the title Maslow Theory, Maritime Community Sustainability in Bajo Bahari Village, Wabula, Southeast Celebes. Introduction. Welfare problems are one of Indonesian national interest. This national interest is the ideal of all countries in the world. Through various efforts that have been implemented, welfare has become an important element in the country's sustainability. Supporting element of welfare, namely public services provided by the government, such as health, education, transportation, and other basic needs that support people live. Supposedly, the coastal area is rapidly developing. They try to maintain a balance between tradition and modern development in an effort to maintain their identity and environmental sustainability. This research will discuss the post-nomadic Bajo tribe who currently inhabit the village of Bajo Bahari, Wabula district, Buton Regency, Southeast Sulawesi province. This research includes qualitative research with a sociological, juridical approach, observation, interview, documentation, and literature study. The data obtained was then analyzed by master theory. Juridical approach will assist researchers in finding legality. Bajo Bahari village is one of the 7 villages registered in Wabula, subdistrict Buton, Regency, Southeast Sulawesi province. Community conditions include welfare and income, infrastructure and basic services, lifestyle, adaptation to change, and legality of residents. Potential problems include limited access and infrastructure, climate change and loss of resources, lifestyle change and modernization, health and education, risk of natural disaster, uncertainty of livelihood, conflict, and land right. Maslow theory analysis, psychological needs. In this theory, psychological needs are set as the most basic needs in hierarchy. Post-nomadic the Bajo tribes in Bajo Bahari village already has increasing consistency. This is because they no longer live nomadic lives on boats. More stable living facilities likely increase the fulfillment in these needs. However, the Bajo are highly dependent on the sea to meet this need. Going to sea and collecting marine resources is a way for them to get the food and energy resources they need to survive. 2. Security needs in line with their psychological needs in terms of settled place to live. The Bajo tribe can be said to have a better sense of protection and security from bad weather or external threats. Social needs. Post-nomadic, the Bajo have great opportunity to form stronger social with their neighbor and community. The need social interaction, togetherness, and affiliation can be fulfilled in a more stable settlement context. The social interaction that is built is like the social interaction of other general people, but is limited because the Bajo Bahari people who live in the village of the Bajo Bahari tribe. This can be said, the local interaction among ethnic groups that are homogeneous, not a heterogeneous society. Next, reward needs. Post-nomadic, the Bajo tribes in Bajo Bahari village has developed a new skill, namely animal husbandry. This can provide an opportunity to gain recognition and appreciation from fellow members of the community. This can be the basis on which this need is met. And finally, self-actualization needs. Post-nomadic, the Bajo have greater stability and time to pursue personal aspirations. These aspirations include participating in cultural activities and studying education. Juridical analysis. In the context of juridical analysis regarding the lives of Bajo tribes, there are several legal aspects that can be considered as follows. 1. Traditional rights and human rights. Judicially, the Bajo tribe has traditional rights over the maritime areas where they live and depend on marine resources. These rights are related to local custom, tradition, and wisdom, which must be taken into account and respected by national law. Environmental conservation. The life of the Bajo tribes is closely related to the marine environment. Therefore, legal consideration regarding environmental conservation, tackling climate change, and protecting coral reefs and marine ecosystem are important. 3. Right to health and education. The Bajo tribe has the right to proper health and education. This is related to their access to these two services. The law must ensure that the Bajo tribe has equal access to people on other islands without discrimination and marginalization. For recognition of cultural identity, laws relating to the recognition of the cultural identity of the Bajo tribe, they have the right to carry out their culture and tradition without any pursuit or detrimental interference. And then economic empowerment. The Bajo tribe needs legal protection when assessing and managing their economic resources. This includes law governing traditional good ownership right to use marine resources, and access rights to market to sell their product. Conflict resolution can arise within the Bajo tribal community or with outside parties. Laws on peace, mediation, and conflict resolution must take into account the cultural context and tradition of the Bajo tribe so that the resulting solution is in accordance with the value they have embodied. Then development potential. Seeing how the Bajo tribe thrives in Bajo Bahari village, it has the potential to develop into a traditional village. Bajo Bahari village has the potential to become a traditional village depending on a number of factors. Traditional villages are generally communities that mine and carry out tradition, custom, and cultural value systems that have been passed down from generation to generation. Some factors that can influence the potential of Bajo Bahari village to become a traditional village are the maintenance of tradition and culture, community involvement, sustainable living, recognition of government and customary laws, participatory approaches, as well as education and awareness. Conclusion, the welfare problems faced by coastal communities in Indonesia can have both internal and external scope. From the identification of community condition, problem emerge, namely limited access and infrastructure, climate change and loss of resources, lively change and modernization, health and education, risk of natural disaster, uncertainty of livelihoods, and conflict of land. Throughout analysis of Maslow theory, the Bajo tribes in Bajo Bahari has fulfilled every level of the hierarchy. Through juridical analysis, several aspects of fulfillment and problem were found to be used as the basis for policymaking. One thing that was found was that this village has the potential to become a traditional village or desa adat. The role of the government is certainly very important in this welfare development. Therefore, cooperation between stakeholders must continue to be well established to achieve national interest. Thank you for the attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for your lesson, Mas Dimas. We will continue to the next full presentations is about designing policy brief using Blue Food Network analysis for water food sovereignty along spice route involving communities by Repa Kusti Pia. Yeah, okay.
Hello everyone, this research finding will present at the International Forum on Spice Road 2023 organized by Negeri Rempah Foundation and BRIN. As an introduction, I'm Repa Kustipia from Center for Study Indonesian Food Anthropology and Social Enterprise Gastrotourism Academy with research title Designing Policy Brief Using Blue Food Network Analysis for Water Food Sovereignty Along the Spice Road Involving Communities. Before explaining research background, as an ethnographer should to know about terminology. Terminology is a specialized language used in research to clarify concepts. This study explores spice routes and water food sovereignty, examining their impact on maritime practices, cultural heritage, and sustainable food systems. Spice routes, historic trade networks, symbolize global spice and cultural exchange, Water food sovereignty involves managing water-based food security. Research focuses on sustainable maritime practices, safeguarding biodiversity, understanding gastropolitics. So stakeholders and local communities are crucial, analyzed through Blue Food Network analysis and ethnography. So the goal is community empowerment using traditional knowledge, policy integrations, and fostering cultural diversity in interactions patterns, enhancing water food sovereignty and preserving the heritage. Research backgrounds is about the historic spice route, vital for centuries, connected continent through spice trade, and today the global urgency for water food sovereignty is evident, with over 3 billion people relying on marine resources for sustenance. So diverse fishing practices along this road signify the rich cultural diversity and aquatic biodiversity is crucial for food security. However, the environmental changes and increase the food demand threatens this resource. These socio-culturally significant practices necessitate dynamic policies. The stakeholder and the community engagement are vital and leading to avenues for sustainable policy formulations, particularly within the maritime sector, ensuring food security, cultural preservation, and environmental sustainability. The primary goal is to produce a comprehensive policy brief focusing on the development of a gastropolitics strategy. This strategy will involve various stakeholders and local communities aiming to enhance water food sovereignty along a historic spice routes. It will utilize Blue Food Network analysis and ethnographic research to create alternative policy approaches that can seamlessly integrate with existing maritime policies in Indonesia. So specific objectives include formulating a strategic framework and then engaging stakeholders and communities, mapping interactions through Blue Food Network analysis, designing innovative policies, aligning strategies with maritime policies, recognizing historical significance, strengthening biodiversity, promoting sustainability, and empowering local engagement. So the policy brief intends to offer a holistic solution addressing water food sovereignty. The Blue Food Network analysis and integral facets of gastropolitical approach is meticulously structured to bolster food security and facilitate the development of sustainable maritime policies. It comes with clear definitions of research objective, primarily focusing on the intersections of food security and maritime policies. I just tried to identify key stakeholders is really important because I attended a lot of high-level forums to develop maritime informations encompassing fishermen, policymakers, researchers, and coastal communities whose intricate interactions form the backbone of Blue Food Network analysis. So I just collected a rich of data source ranging from ecological data to cultural insights and employee network visualizations to comprehend these complexities comprehensively, so the method from Potopoise, and to analyze, highlight key influencer, and then evaluate participation levels, integrate cultural nuances, and assesses ecological impacts like climate crisis in the field, and then the ultimate goal to align policies with sustainable practices, culminating in innovations, policy recommendations that safeguard the food security. I think it can be a foster stakeholder collaborations and preserve cultural heritage within maritime settings. And here the policy brief, highlighting policy recommendations as utmost urgency and immediate actions are imperative. From a stakeholder perspective, establishing a dialogue forum encompassing diverse societal backgrounds become a pressing need, and this participatory approach enhances cultural communications, a crucial component of future program objective and solutions to maritime challenges. In the realm of multi-actor and sector involvement, swift the creations of a joint action plan is essential, signifying collaborative efforts and do a lot of actions to support environmental management due to the ecological degradations. Because to holistically address these issues, a multidisciplinary approach is critical, and furthermore, within the sphere of maritime practices,
Expeditious actions on waste management is impactful, ensuring a smoother transition towards sustainable fishing practices. Discussing maritime policies necessitates a forward-looking perspective that prioritizes the preservation of water food resources as they become increasingly contested resource, even subject to illegal actions by various actors and including other nations. And this concern align with the domain of gastropolitics, emphasizing the urgency of establishing water food political initiative to clarify a local taste diplomacy gradually by promoting water food safety. It's really important because simultaneously addressing local cultural diversity and community spotlights the rich cultural heritage of local communities as an aspect to be conserved. And when these aspects are effectively implemented and their direct impact of the historic spice routes will give an impact for sustainability, safeguarding biodiversity, ecology, and overall historical continuity. This is the alternative policies we have drafted for water food sustainability, which can be accessed through the attached link and by request, of course. And please note that the document is currently in Bahasa Indonesia and has only been distributed to select parties upon request and as needed for various food system related to the forum. This is fieldwork documentations that empirically illustrate the coastal ecology. It highlights the coastal areas with water-based food resources, which unfortunately suffer from pollutions due to extensive plastic waste. And these environmental pollutions issues significantly impact the local communities. The root cause can be attributed to excessive consumerism without adequate environmental management and waste disposal infrastructure. This fieldwork documentations with the situations of fishermen who are grappling with the pollutions from the water, which has led to reduce their income from water food or blue food, and the contaminations of the water has rendered many fish and marine products affecting both the nutritional value and the health of the community. It's imperative to address this issue since water-based food is a vital source of sustenance for the pollutions and then the impact from the populations. I began this journey by collecting historical data on the spice route from the Sunda Kelapa port or Pelabuhan Sunda Kelapa. I also attended a high-level forum Laut Masa Depan Bangsa, during which Minister Susi Pujiastuti initiate maritime policies for food and national security. I think that's enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mbak Repa, for very colorful presentations and also really good hat that do you have. Okay, the last but not least, we will continue to our last presentations. It's about spatial analysis of blue development productivity through digital acceleration and local government competition in Indonesia by Muhammad Najihul Fajri and Vivi Amalia Wulandari. Oh, nggak ada ya? Itu lagi? Nope. Oh, okay. Please, a round of applause to all of the speakers for these sessions. It's quite the range is quite and variety of the topic is quite good. Is there any questions from the floor for the speakers? There's anything that you want to ask to the speakers? Is there any? Nope. Or probably from the audience online, is there any question for the speakers? You may raise your hand. Yeah. Mas Yohanis, you raise your hand. Okay. You can ask the questions to the speakers.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hello?
Yeah, Mas, terdengar. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I want to know more from Dr. Abel Yosafat Manulang. It is interesting ideas for me actually because you know you want to bring proposing or empowering local people for maritime security. While in other side, we know that we know already about the condition of our local people, especially for the fishermen. And then I don't know how it's the idea it's exactly can work in the right in the field, since you know the background of our people. We since that we want to empower for the powerless, So, and then how it work in the fields, I'm just thinking that how it can work ideally. I think for a second to my brother talk about the Maslow theory, multi-community sustainability. I think Mr. Dimas, yeah? Mr. Dimas, yeah. I know already that you know Bajau community they have own territory that related to the sea. How that can you apply this Maslow theory, which for me it's a different. There's quite different style when you're facing in the coastal community and the right for the sea. When also for this theory, mostly for the people in the land. I don't know to really put in the theory. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Yohanes. Probably the first question is addressed to Mas Abel. I think still online. Or probably we can just go to Mas Dimas. Any comments to Pak Yohanes' questions, Mas?
Boleh dijelaskan ulang secara singkat Bapak dengan bahasa Indonesia, mungkin saya dibantu karena tadi agak putus-putus gitu.
Yeah, Mas Dimas. You know that the Bajau community, they have their own territory, which is you know sometimes they try to protect themselves outside the world, even for people in the mainland. And then you use the Maslow theory to explain this kind of situation. So I know that you take the example in Bajo, Celebes Island, the Celebes Islands, because if you know that it's a small island, also in the Wakatobi Islands, it is scattered community. Even they have own village. They already protect their own community. So I understand that you mentioned that they actually, from the Maslow theory, they already reach all the level that you mentioned about. Now, how about you know we really explain this one in relation with we can explain that their own territory, the communities, but we need also to be socialized with other group. I mean, outside their own groups, to open their you know their horizon beyond the sea, beyond the sea territory, what they claim it should be, something like that. Because only that's why I think we can introduce something new in their community. Otherwise, when they protect themselves, what you mentioned about the coastal environment, etc., they take the coral reef, etc., related that, because this is their culture. You know, that's I don't know how to put in the question, but I think this is my opinion regarding the Bajau community. Sorry for that if you're not really gets the point, Mr. Dimas, but actually that's my point is that not just to protect them, but at least also to open the horizon beyond the local territory for something new ideas, something new innovation come in their community. That's my point actually.
I think we got your point Pak Yohanes. Mungkin gini Mas Dimas, yang ingin disampaikan oleh Pak Yohanes itu bagaimana misalnya ada komunitas yang cenderung protektif dengan teritorinya begitu dan tertutup gitu. Bagaimana caranya supaya mereka bisa terbuka dengan dunia yang lebih luas begitu ya, dengan wilayah-wilayah sekitarnya itu supaya komunitas
Sebentar, boleh
itu
saya minta waktu
sustainability-nya
untuk
tadi itu.
Nyus.
Ya, silakan Mas. Mas Dimas boleh jawab pakai bahasa Indonesia, nanti mungkin barangkali bisa saya translatekan ke bahasa Inggris. Mas Dimas seputus koneksinya. Atau mungkin sambil menunggu Mas Dimas online lagi, barangkali ada pertanyaan dari rekan-rekan di sini yang ingin disampaikan kepada pembicara yang lain. Is there any questions from you from the floor to our speakers about their paper or presentations? Ya Mas yang di belakang, boleh.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Aldi. Regarding the presentation, that all amazing and all their own perspective. I am interested to ask the last speaker the presentation which designing policy brief using Bluefoot network. It's interesting because the idea of having Bluefoot network policy brief, it's something that, you know, in lining with social media penetrations and also like social media contribution that has grown into through the past year. And I think the only thing that I would ask, is there like any good things or insight from all your articles regarding something that we as a millennials, we can contribute more on this policy brief? I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. So what's your question? Sorry, again.
Millennial contribution to support these articles.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, Mbak Repa, you got the point. Maybe you can directly answer the questions.
Thank you so much for the questions. That's great questions. And if you need our policy brief, you can by request under the link. So my insight about these conditions about designing policy brief using Bluefoot network, I think that's developing a robust maritime policy over numerous benefits for local communities. And firstly, it really stimulates the economic growth, yeah, by fostering maritime industry, you know, like fishing and then shipping and tourism. We know about the seafood gastro tourism's adventure, and then creating job opportunities for the spice routes historically, and then it ensures sustainable resource management. Of course, we know about the safeguarding local ecosystem and fisheries. But yeah, I really interest with this research because after visiting about the high level forum and then go to the field work, yeah, as an ethnographer, and additionally a focus on environmental, I really surprised with this plastic, you know, about the pollutions and in the maritime areas and then in the coastal areas, and really we need environmental conservation, promotes cleaner oceans. So it's not about waste management. It's not about how the local community can empower, but we need a good policy, or we need a good regulations to solve this problem. Yeah, it's not come from the stakeholder, but we are as the humans, we need protect this ecology because we have a good food as a biodiversity, as a mega biodiversity resource, and overall a comprehensive maritime policy is essential for local prosperity, resilience, and the preservation of the coastal heritage and spice routes heritage. I think that's my opinions about these answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mbak Repa. Okay, welcome back, Mas. Silakan, you can answer Pak Yohanes' question.
Thank you, Mr. Yohanes. Sorry for something problem. Maybe in this village, in Bajo Bahari village, Southeast Celebes, is just a sample for the Bajo tribe. In other areas, they occupy a certain area, it could be different, but the Bajo tribe has the same character. So for example, potential problems tend to be how they can open up. Yesterday, I went there through the Ministry of Education and Culture Space Road program, and the data result were official because I was also there. To create an open community, we currently have to approach to local government to open a way to obtain this data for how analysis drop observational data and the result of interview, ensure that the data I present is real and can be accepted by the general public. And then in considering the development of fishing technology is fishing, the Bajo tribe still relies on conventional equipment. So in every Bajo tribes have some hal yang sama gitu dari segi karakter gitu Pak. So untuk bisa masuk dan menjelaskan bagaimana itu, saya pikir kita harus bisa melihat kesehariannya. Thank you, moderator.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much, Mas Dimas. I will return to the online audience. Is there any questions? Probably you can raise your hand or write down your question so we can read it to the speakers. Is there any questions? Online audience?
I don't know why.
Or we just return to our online audience here. Is there any questions again for the speakers? Oh, I will ask the speakers. Probably just one thing that quite interesting. I want to ask about, if I allow it, to ask Mbak Anna about these digital penetrations to the fisheries or fishing communities. I might be missing your point on your presentations. Is there that this kind of tourism is just the diversifications or their main activities, or replacing, or their do coexistence between this kind of tourism and then the fishing activities? Because probably if they are lack of the fish, then they try to turn around the economic by through the tourism's activities like this. Mbak Anna.
Thank you. Thank you, Mas Irawan, for the question. I think to answer your question, are you clear for my sound? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, Mbak.
Okay. I think the answer to your question about dividing or replacement in the communities of fishing, maybe both, yeah, because there are two elements or others in the Pahawang. before the policy of the Ministry of Tourism and Economic Creative didn't have access to adequate public facilities, including electricity. But the initiative for the Frenchmen began to build on some the island of the community began to open up with the strategy of the developing to their villages and for inter-island tourism. And along with their policy, the Pahawang won the third championship for this tourism village competition. So increasingly in the citizen to the spirit to develop and many tourism who came the Pahawang and supporting by the power of the internet. They use a new media platform like Instagram on YouTube to the ease of information about Pahawang spreading. I think like this, Mas Irawan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna, for the answer. Okay, we'll just asking again if there's any questions to our speakers here in the session. Online audience, is there any questions? You might raise your hand or writing your questions down on the chat box. Nope. Okay then. Probably quite interesting about Tumba Rempah about this kind of policy brief, how we can to readability of we do a research, and then what the benefit or how we can become the bridging this kind of policy brief for the readability of the policy brief for the policy making. Is there any impact of this kind of policy brief for the policymaker to make or considering, we need to do something based on that evidence-based research? Is that quite helpful, this kind of policy brief for in policy making? What your opinion about this, Mbak Rempah?
Thank you so much. It's great questions and really hard to answer, Bapak Irawan. But it's really contradictive when I talk about the gastropolitics, when talk about gastro diplomacy, because it's really so far to comply or to collect this multiple resource. I've been along for 3 years to collect this research from the phenomenology. It's about the multiple phenomenology. So my opinions about the benefit food policy brief for a stakeholder or for stock takers in Indonesia. I think Indonesia's blue food policy over numerous benefit for stakeholders. Because I really sure that's the stakeholder in Indonesia still brilliant to collect all the resource or all the opinion from grassroots to high-level forum or the high-level researchers. So it promotes sustainable fisheries management. We know about the ensuring a long-term supply management of a nutritious seafood or the blue food while preserving marine ecosystem, and this policy it really fosters the economic growth back, by supporting local fishermen. We know about these issues about the TikTok, TikTok management, and then TikTok shop, and there is a lot of online shopping to sell marine products. So how to local communities can engagement with these regulations and then with this policy, so that we need to join action plan from a grassroots to stakeholder. We need a lot of dialogue forum, and then this policy of course can supporting local industries, creating a job opportunity for a foundation as a basic foundation. And additionally, I think It's really enhanced the nation's global reputations from our maritime heritage. Yeah, because we know in Indonesia, Kedatuan Sriwijaya from maritime empire still exists with the good story. But how we can produce from the regulations or from the maritime policies. We need a good governance to manage this problem. We need to support the youth engagement to campaign about the coastal area and then green revolutions for the maritime ecosystem. And we need the supporting from the grassroots or from a lot of I think a lot of students from Indonesia to support these regulations. I think we need yeah, I don't know when we are starting, but this forum can be a starting point to continue this events.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for your answer, Mbak Repa. Is there any questions? No? Or I just will end these sessions. Once again, give a round of applause to our speakers and all of us. Thank you very much for very insightful presentations and also quite robust discussions. I will return it to Pa Asep. So I think we will have a small break for 5 minutes and then we will continue to session 2 of this panel. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you, Mas Irawan.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Mas
you
Irawan.
to
Thank
all
you,
speaker
Mas Irawan, Mas Moderator.
panel 4, Mbak Ana, Mbak Repa, Pak Yohanes. Okay, so we have 5 or until 10 minutes to break first, and then we will continue with the presentation for 10 until 17, I think, with moderator Bapak Hutomo. We will start the next panel on 3:20. Thank you.
communities by
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, maybe we can set the panel faster than our schedule. Ini kalau bahasa sininya nih ikan sepat, ikan gabus, ikan lele, lebih cepat lebih bagus tidak bertele-tele. Ikan sepat, ikan gabus, ikan cere lebih cepat lebih bagus karena udah sore. Okay, for the next panel, will moderate by Mas Hutomo. So please to Mas Hutomo, the time is yours to this panel. Ini kok Terry Indra Budi? Oh, belum diganti. Pemain cabutan ya.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, the rest of us. Hopefully, I already enjoyed the afternoon tea, such as in Australia, the afternoon tea time. And we will have last session for today presentation, still in the maritime communities panel. Actually, Mas Terry Indrabudi is the real host, real moderator here, but because he is going to presentation for in this panel, so that's why we split. For today, this afternoon presentation, we will have actually seven presentation. The first one is the spread of Tobelo Maritime Community and their linguistic identity by Pak Fani Henry Tondo. Pak Tondo is already in the Zoom. And the second one, we will have reconstruction of the leadership of the Bajo and Bugis tribes as maritime nation identity through the scenario planning method by Mas Dimas Rudi Hartanto. He is already on the Zoom as well. And then we have global transformation of the city and society of the metropolitan coastal of the Ampenan Lombok Spice Route into a World Heritage City by Prof. Henny Warsila. Prof. Henny is already on the Zoom as well. And we will have Batik Lamandau, the maritime legacy of the Dayak Tomun by Mbak Pervi Asaragi and friends, already on the Zoom too. And then we have Discover the Spice Routes model in Madura Island, social, economic, and culture impacts by Mbak Citra Nurhayati and Mas Prayudi Setiawan Prabowo. Mbak Citra is already on the Zoom. And we have the dilemma of lands of spice mining in Wawoni Island, Southeast Sulawesi by our real moderator, Mas Terry Indra Budi. And the last one, we have local wisdom on waste in North Jakarta by Mas Tikirino Kurniawan. Mas Tikirino is the only one speaker that present here. So please, Mas Tikirino, accompany me, please, here. We are not going to do boxing because I will lose instantly due to for our body weight. Please, Mas Rino. So the video is ready or not? Okay. We will have approximately around 70 minutes. So it's kind of watching the movie. So enjoy the theater. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Fani Henry Tondo. from Research Center for Society and Culture, IFSR BRAIN. And my title is The Spread of the Developed Maritime Community and Their Linguistic Identity. As we know, most Tobelo people currently live in the North Halmahera Regency, namely Tobelo City, North Tobelo District, and South Tobelo District. Some of them also live on the other regions, such as Eastern Halmahera, Morotai, etc. The language is called the Tobelo language and is one of the non-Austronesian languages or Papuan languages. However, speakers of this language cannot only be found in North Halmahera Regency, but can be found in many places in Eastern Indonesia, which is use of Tobelo language as their identity. This research raises the question of how the spread of Tobelo maritime community is and how the Tobelo people's language is used in the new places, whether they will still maintain their linguistic identity or not. The argument built in this research is that the Tobelo people are reliable sailors, and that is why they are mostly appointed as soldiers or soldiers of the Sultanate of Ternate. It is this reliability in their voyage that causes them to spread everywhere and build a maritime community in a new place and name the place in the Tobelo language. This study uses a qualitative description method with observation and in-depth interview techniques. Meanwhile, the secondary data is also used to complete the study. If we see the map, this is the map of Halmahera and environs showing Tobelo language area. We can see the area that use Tobelo language in North Halmahera, Eastern Halmahera, and other places such as Morotai, etc. Tobelo society is divided into family units called Hoane. The religious system of the Tobelo people revolves around the worship of forerunners. This binds a number of people in a family or several families in a tribe, symbolized by the place of worship of the forerunner spirit or Ohalu in the form of house with 2 rows or pillars with a roof and 4 rows of pillars with a lower roof on the left and right. Here they gather to call our forerunner. Rivers of Tobelo people inhabited several villages such as Hoana Lina, Hoana Huboto, Hoana Mulati, Hoana Gura, Hoana Modole, Hoana Pagu, Hoana Boeng, Hoana Toboliko, Hoana Morodina, and Hoana Morodai. When the Tobelo people came down from Lake Lina and settled on the coast, both in Tobelo and the Kau district, they were linked to the Ternate government. Their leaders began to use the titles commonly used by coastal Bobato. They were obligated to pay tribute to the Kedaton and provide manpower and boats for the royal hongi, especially pears, in addition to sea cucumbers and turtles. They hunted 2 remote islands, so they were often at sea for months and even married local residents. This caused them to spread to various islands. Wandering activities are also related to trade activities as another activity, where the victims are always beheaded with machetes. Head hunting is carried out as part of certain obligations in society, such as initiation ceremonies, marriage ceremonies, or as an effort to avenge murder or other acts that are considered a violation. The distribution of Tobelo people then expanded to it include North Halmahera, East Halmahera, Bacan Island, Obi, Luwuk, Banggai, North Seram, Raja Ampat, Mindanao, and in various other places. The results of this study show that the Tobelo people, including their language,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muda. I am a lecturer at Nusantara Maritim Academy of Cilacap. Thank you for this opportunity. Now let me present my paper with title The Reconstruction of the Leadership of the Bajo and Bugis Tribes as Maritime Nation Identity Through the Scenario Planning Method. Introduction. In the midst of various social and cultural dynamics, the reconstruction of the leadership of the Bajo and Bugis tribes has an important role in maintaining and developing the identity of the Indonesia Maritime Nation. The traditional leadership and value adhered to by these tribes are a strong foundation for revitalizing maritime values that can be adhered by time. It is important to reconstruct the leadership role of the Bajo and Bugis tribes as identity of a maritime nation, because this is not only about understanding local history. In addition to local history, it is also about how cultural diversity and leadership practices can contribute to the nation's overall identity. Using the scenario planning method as a powerful tool in directing this reconstruction effort by considering various possibilities and future implications. This research aims to design a concrete strategy involving the Bajo and Bugis tribes to strengthen the identity of the maritime nation. This research is qualitative with a sociological historical approach. This method will help researchers identify, analyze, and reconstruct the leadership of the two tribes. Finding, analysis of the role of leadership in the culture and history of the Bajo tribes. 1. Traditional leadership structure, leadership in maritime resource management, leadership in maritime rituals and tradition, leadership in cultural education, leadership in change, influence on maritime national identity, the relationship between leadership and everyday life. Analysis of the role leadership in the culture and story of the Bugis tribes. 1. Traditional leadership structure, leadership in a social context, the influence of leaders in decision-making, leadership in economic and trade, leadership in education and cultural heritage, leadership in the modern era, maritime identity and Bugis leadership, leadership relationship with local values. Comparative analysis. 1. Cultural and historical context, leadership structure context, role and resource management context, maritime rituals and tradition context, adaptation in the modern era context, contribute to the identity of the maritime nation context. Analysis of similarities, difference, and potential synergies in the reconstruction of maritime national identity through the leadership of the Bajo and Bugis tribes. 1. Similarities. Dependence on the sea has got its main livelihood and life, but value maritime value and have strong tradition related to navigation, fishing, and trade. In addition, the two tribes also respect and maintain their culture and tradition related to maritime life. Leadership from both tribes play a role in ensuring this traditional knowledge and practice remain alive and are passed on to younger generation. The difference: the Bajo have a more inclusive and collaborative leadership structure. Meanwhile, the Bugis tribe has a more complex hierarchy with different caste roles. This difference influences the way leadership is exercised in society, although both have a focus on maritime activities. The Bajo are known for their skills in fishing and managing marine resources. The Bugis are known for their skill in maritime trade and shipbuilding. Potential synergy: the Bajo and Bugis have different knowledge and skill in the maritime context. The potential for synergy lies in the exchange of knowledge between the two tribes. They can learn from each other about navigation technique, marine resource management, marine ecosystem protection, and other maritime practice. The leadership of the Bajo and Bugis tribes has the potential to work together to promote the identity of the Indonesia maritime nation. Collaboration between the two can enrich the narrative of Indonesian maritime culture and support efforts to preserve maritime heritage. Analysis of scenario planning, maritime education collaboration. That involve young people from both tribes. Sustainable maritime economy. The Bajo and Bugis tribe work together to develop a sustainable maritime economy. The leadership of the two tribes can lead effort in the tourism sector, fisheries management, and maritime handicraft. Preservation of maritime culture, rock festival, and culture event. The Bajo and Bugis tribe work together to organize festival and culture event that showcase their maritime heritage, partnership with government and maritime organization. The Bajo and Bugis tribes are establishing partnership with the government and maritime organization to strengthen their leadership role in the identity of maritime nations. And the last, maritime community empowerment program. The Bajo and Bugis tribes can lead maritime community empowerment program in their regions. Leaders from the two tribes work together to provide skills training and maritime education. And then after saying the 5 scenario planning above, of course, the researchers will provide an evaluation of the strengths and weaknesses of each scenario planning. The social, cultural, and political implication of the result of the research in scenario implementation will contribute to strengthening the identity of Indonesian maritime nation. The public will be more aware of maritime cultural and historical values, which can strengthen the sense of nationality. Cultural implication. The result of the research and scenario implementation will help maintain and preserve the unique maritime culture of the Bajo and Bugis tribe. This ensures that traditional values, skills, and practice are not forgotten by future generations. And the last, political implication. Implementing scenario that actively involve the community can increase its role in making decisions related to maritime identity. Conclusion, the contribution of leadership to the formation of maritime identity has 3 functions: preserving maritime knowledge, empowering communities, and influencing policy and cultural values. The leadership of the Bajo and Bugis tribes contributed to maintaining maritime knowledge, navigation technique, and sailing skills, which are important part of maritime culture. Even though the two tribes have similarities in maritime activities, there are differences regarding why they are known as maritime tribes. This can be potential for integration that give rise to a new discovery in maritime identity. Social, culture, and political implications are interrelated and influence each other. Strengthening maritime identity will create a strong foundation for social empowerment and cultural sustainability. Thank you for attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear participants of the International Forum on Spice Route, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Heni Warsila from PMB BRIN. Today I will be presenting a paper titled Global Transformation of the City and Society of the Metropolitan Coastal of the Ampenan-Lombok Spice Route into a World Heritage City. Without further ado, let's begin the presentations. Abstract. Most of the development of coastal cities in Indonesia originates from international ports and coastal areas, which serve as the centers of spice trading activities. From a historical perspective, the formation of coastal city is closely related to the well-known spice trade. The coastal city was formed starting from a village settlement filled with various activities, developing into a melting pot city. Migration of population from various countries brings significant changes to coastal cities, turning them into international port cities. The international port city of Ampenan in Lombok, which was struck by a disaster and relocated to Padang Lembar, globally became a cultural heritage city. This paper aims to analyze the formation of cities and coastal communities. Ampenan, the coastal city, underwent a degradation process, turning into an old city, and the social, economic, and political living condition of its inhabitants witnessed a significant decline. Ampenan city is currently inhabited by middle to lower class individuals, as well as those in poverty. When the ecological crisis struck, the condition of the coastal city became vulnerable to disaster, including high waves, strong winds, and sand tsunamis, as well as beach erosion. In a historical context, ports located in eastern Indonesia, such as Makassar, Ampenan, Ternate in North Maluku, and Selayar in Sumbawa, have long served as international trade ports. Eastern Indonesian ports earned recognition as pivotal hubs for international maritime trade from the late 16th century to the 17th century. Makassar and Ampenan emerged as prominent trading centers in Asia and Europe, specializing in spices and cendana wood. This area was influenced by the Majapahit Kingdom based in East Java. Babat Negara Kartagama records that several harbors in South Sulawesi were visited by the Majapahit trading fleet, including Luwu, Banteng, Selayar, and Makassar. This is one of the VOC employee diaries in 1924 cited by Jacob Cornelis van Doorn. The Spice Traders. Since 1847, in Sumbawa Bima, there have been many people and foreign traders from abroad living there, especially the Bugis and Makassar, while Chinese and Arab traders came only for a short time. It was only later that the Hollanders said that 37 Arabs live in the city of Bima, apart from the Bugis, Makassar, Malay, and Bajau. While Gisper mentioned that the presence of Arabs in Sumbawa has been going on since centuries ago, from Sumbawa they spread to Ampenan. The products of Lombok, mainly rice, are traded and shipped not only within the Nusa Tenggara area, but also to more distant places such as Maluku, Makassar, China, and Europe. The trading activities can be categorized into three types. 1. European trade was conducted by European ships. 2. Seasonal trade is carried out by Bugis and Chinese traders. 3. Local trade involved exchanges between islands around Nusa Tenggara. Coastal areas hold strategic value for the development of the national economy, with unique potential and economic value that have contributed to enhancing people's well-being. Coastal areas are also highly vulnerable to damage and destruction. Historically, the most important cities in the world were located near the sea. Coastal cities have the highest population density, with approximately 75% of the world's total populations residing in coastal areas. The city of Bandar Ampenan in Lombok is currently undergoing a transition away from being a port city. The harbor coast cities transformation. First, ports and coastal cities are no longer synergized. Second, the causal relationship between the growth in the intensity of port activity and urban growth is no longer relevant. Third, coastal cities as centers of production of goods and services have shifted to cities as centers of consumption. Development in the coastal city of Ampenan is focused on the social and environmental aspect of sustainable development. As stated by Suraya, there are 6 reasons for carrying out inclusive development in the field of marine and coastal resources. 1. Care for the poor and marginal groups. 2. Guarantee of legal access for the poor in order to survive and guarantee to live securely. 3. Human rights. 4. Economic production that empowers society and care about interests of future generation. 5. Involve all parties in the decision-making process and in sharing resources and prosperity. 6. There is awareness that poverty can also result from the action of other parties. 7. Develop smart cities that are competitive and based on technology. 8. Increasing the capacity of transparent, accountable, participatory, and professional city management. These are the photos of the old city of Ampenan or Kota Tua Ampenan. The current population composition of Ampenan city consists of Chinese, European, and Arab race and ethnicity, Balinese ethnicity, and local ethnic Sasak. Residents in the port of city of Ampenan have inclusive social relations, but are a little close, and mixed marriages are rare. Usually marriages are interreligious, especially for Arabs and Chinese. The social relations tend to be open, integration. Ethnic Malays, Palembang, and Banjar, in the form of marriage rarely occurs. Socially, there exists barrier among different ethnicities and races residing in the port city of Ampenan, resulting in limited fluid social interaction. Economic activities are the only domain where these partitions are absent, primarily due to their contractual nature such as buying and selling. The Arab and Chinese settlements tend to be exclusive, preserving their ancestral culture and remaining relatively close to the outsider. Communication and interaction typically happen within their respective clans and races. Interethnic marriages are rare. Arabs typically marry fellow Arabs, often considering their social status within the Arab community when making such unions. Within Chinese communities in China, their marriage patterns follow an Indo-religious approach due to religious and cultural barriers. Chinese merchant established has presence in nearly every port, with many amassing wealth through their trade venture. Mixed marriages are common amongst various local Indonesian ethnic groups, such as between Sasak, Palembang, Sasak and Javanese, or Javanese and Banjar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, we would like to introduce ourselves. So, we are a student from Satiwacana Christian University. I'm Perve Amela Saragi.
My name is Jessica Hilda Batunis. My name is Angelina Dwi Putri Lodo. My name is Melva Tamara Armandi.
So, in this video, we would like to presentation our paper about Batik Lamandau, the maritime legacy of Dayak Tamun. Introduction. Batik has various patterns. Each island and ethnicity in Indonesia has its own batik identity. Also, the case with Dayak Tamun. This Dayak ethnic group, which only exists in Lamandau district, Central Kalimantan, has 16 batik motif known as Lamandau batik. This paper aims to explain the meaning of Dayak Tamun, Lamandau batik motif, and its relation to the maritime network in the archipelago.
The method, various data sources were used to answer the above objective. In addition to using a relatively limited amount of literature, we relied on data obtained from the oral history method that during June to September 2023. The oral data was obtained in various ways, ranging from direct interview to sending instant and voice messages using the WhatsApp application and through intermediaries. The subject involved various social classes and structure as well as gender. This aims to provide an opportunity for neglect and unhistorical speech communities to become part of the grand narrative of Indonesian history. Finally, the combination of data is criticized and interpreted. The result of the interpretation became the basis for writing this article.
Is result and discussion. Okay, Dayak Tamun is a community that lives in Lamandau district, Central Kalimantan. So basically, Lamandau district is one of district from Central Kalimantan. In our oral history research, found that Dayak Tamun comes from the word Daya and Tetomuan. Daya means upstream. Refers to people who live inland or upstream. And then Tetomuan, that refers to the tribe characteristic of prioritizing meetings from deliberation. In another our oral history research, the Mentobiraya sub-district had made a statement that the history of origin of Dayak Tamun people is a Dayak tribe that has long inhabited the island of Kalimantan. Like other Dayak tribes, the Dayak Tamun tribes comes from the word Tetomuan, or meeting each other. Because in the past, the Dayak Tamun people like to meet while eating arekanut, behaum, or discussion, and then bekesah, or telling some story or some new story. At home, kisah or telling story telling story, some new story or some updating story in their home, their own home, or with their neighbor, and then from village to village. For Dayak people, batik is one of the best media to expression in conveying symbolic messages, stories, and world wisdom. Next is batik Lamandau. The Lamandau district government has patented the batik Lamandau motif in 2 times. First on March 15, 2016 with the 9 patent batik motif, and the second times in July 28, 2021 with 11 motif. Furthermore, the above Lamandau batik motif can generally be categorized into 5 groups. They are food plants, fruit, commodities, fauna, and cultural products. First is food plants. This is a motif kantong semar or the semar bag. That a wild plant that grow in many places. Lamandau people usually processing this plant into a typical food, namely tebiku. Tebiku is a food made from glutinous rice, cooked with coconut milk, and then add some special spices, wrapped in a semar pouch, and then steamed. So this is a picture of motif batik kantong semar. Okay, second is fruit. Okay, the motif name is tabiku. Is the fruit that characterizes Lamandau motifs. These crops are generally wild in Lamandau. So basically, they grow everywhere in Lamandau forest. Okay, the third is commodities. The motif name is Page Coffee. This coffee was inspired because Lamandau people like to drink coffee when they tetemuan or meeting each other. This is a picture of the motif, the coffee. The fourth is fauna. The motif name is Kora Becampung. Can be interpreted as a monkey presaged on the tree. This fauna motifs is present because the forests in Lamandau are still very large, so there are still many forest animals such as monkey. The other fauna motif are Tingang Lestari, Mata Punai. So basically, Tingang and Mata Punai are typically bird of Lamandau district. This is a picture of Kora Becampung. Okay, the last is cultural product. Is mata kail. Is an object commonly used for fishing. So basically, mata kail is eye hook. This motif is present because Lamandau has many rivers, lakes, or beaches from freshwater fishing. In addition, this motif also refers to the Dayak Tomun livelihood as fisher. So this is the picture of the motif mata kail or eye hook. Okay. Next is one of example, their combination motif. So this is a jar and taro korok mata. It's a combination of jar and the young taro plants, or better known as white taro. This motif is present because jar are usually used by the Tomun Dayak community as a storage place for crops and are usually placed behind the common house that is overgrown by taro. So this is the picture. This is a taro plants, and this is the gucci. So basically, this is a picture of the motif gucci and kladi korok mata, or jar and taro korok mata. And next is Lamandau Maritim Network. So this is a picture of Borneo map on 18th century. This is so Borneo is emporium of paper trade in the archipelago. The maritime trade network in Borneo is also described by George Earle in his work titled Narrative of the Voyage from Singapore to the west coast of Borneo in the schooner Stamford in the year 1834, with an account of a journey to Metradok. the capital of a Chinese colony in possession of principal gold mines. He noted that Borneo, which has a variety of monkey and rice species, was a center of commerce. This record complement the oral tradition of the community. As explained in the previous paragraph, the Dayak Tomun legend describes para Guyuk merchants who came to Kalimantan to take spices. As such, the Dayak Tomun are also connected to the trade network. Conclusion. Batik Lamandal for Dayak Tomun is not merely a work of art. It is also about the diversity of local flora and fauna, the identity of the Dayak Tomun as a riverine community, and their folk knowledge. In other words, Lamandal's various batik motifs do not only depict the life of an agrarian society that depends on forest products. Over the batik motif, especially the kuci and keladi kuruk mata, as well as mata kail, depicts their maritime life. In fact, in other aspects, it also reveals the global trade network, especially with China. Finally, Lamando batik may be an alternative to explain the heritage and historical context of maritime glory in Kalimantan, which is still relatively limited. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi everyone, my name is Citra Nurhayati. I'm from Trunojoyo University, Madura. Here I want to represent my paper about discover the spices route model in Madura Island from social, economics, and culture impacts. I will start it with explaining about Madura. Madura is a part of archipelago. So we have to fulfill our needs for spices because we consider that spices is important for life, for our life. Spices is useful for making our foods, preparing traditional medicine, can use as a part of business and also tradition. The needs and the availability of spices and also cost and efficiency are our big concern in Madura Island because there is a limited sources that I just discovered after I around Madura. There are three impact factors from spices route that I have to explain here one by one. The first one is the social factor. Spices are essential for our living because as we can conclude that Indonesia is well known with spices. And in the end, spices is an identity of Indonesia. Spices also could create a group of people with the same interests. For example, for kelompok tani or the group of farmers that they could share their own experience and also knowledge how to grow the spices. And the other social factor is spices could save the world. Yes, because if we planting the spices, so we can reduce the pollution. Yeah, because so many green area covering all over Indonesia. The next is the economic factors. are my second impact of the spices roots. Why? Because spices are source of life. We consider that some Maduris earn money from selling spices. Some people or some farmers, they sell spices for their life. Usually they sell it to the meat trader or directly to the market or just directly to household. The second reason about economic factors is spices become one of crucial factor for making economic circle continuously moving. Yes, because if farmers sell spices and then they sell it to meat trader and then meat trader sell to the market or just directly to the company or household, and the household also need spices for itself, or just like a vicious circle that always moving. So also the economic also move. And the last one is spices are nation commodity. The spices from Indonesia are very good. Somehow that we could export it to some countries in order to make traditional medicine or for cosmetics or for cooking and anything. And then the next impact factor is cultural factor. This is very interesting because spices honestly are part of tradition. Yes, because Indonesian food especially are made, the main ingredients from Indonesian food are from spices. So this is kind of identity and also a part of tradition, because if we don't put spices, it's not Indonesian food. And the medicine, we can call it a traditional medicine, as we know as jamu. Jamu is also originally from our Indonesian ancestor, that mainly made from spices, and they are useful for curing some sickness that usually happen to all Indonesians, such as masuk angin. And the second one, spices are connected with people. Yes, because people in Indonesia always connected with spices. For example, that people are also connect with tradition like making jamu from kunyit, or traditions such as like preparing something that including or inserting spices like sajen or etc. So I already explained about 3 aspects. So the next one is about model. So here we can see that there are general spice root model that consists of farmer, household. This 2 other way around arrows. It shows that farmer and household are connected each other, and they help each other to produce things or produce spices that become a commodity to sell on trader or meat trader, and also in the market. So from this, the spices are sent to consumer directly or a company to treat as commodities or other commodities or for food or medicine. These 4 things or 4 factors are connected with social, economics, and culture. And there's also with this model, especially in Madura, because I made this model according to the Madura Island. So this is kabupaten or regions, municipalities. You can masing-masing region or municipalities ya, Sampang, Bangkalan, Pamekasan, they eat on the spices, commodities, but not so much. But all of them send it to the Sumenep, the eastern part of the island, and then from Sumenep as a hub, they send it to other island or to Surabaya, or the other way around. So Sumenep could be a hub for our spices route. As a conclusion for this presentation, so spices are most Indonesian, is our way of life, and it's planted and distributed all over Indonesia. And also Madura become one of island that also produce spices. Thank you for the time. So thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me introduce ourselves first. This research held by me, Widya Savitri, and Kirino Kurniawan. We are from Research Center for Society and Culture, National Research and Innovation Agency. Thank you for this opportunity. So we can present you some of our research findings about local wisdom on marine litter in North Jakarta. A case study in Kamal Muara. Okay, next. We all know that waste of marine litter is a significant problem in all countries around the world, from household to industrial waste on a large scale. The coastal area is one of the areas that has a complicated waste problem. The waste comes not only from activities in the but also from marine litter that it washed away by currents and sea waves. The coastal area of Kamal Muara in North Jakarta is one of the coastal area with quite a lot of marine litter. Next. Kamal Muara people use the basic principle of adaptation taught by their ancestors, namely utilizing easily accessible objects to survive and adapt. Their ancestors were the Bajau tribe who settled in the coastal area of North Jakarta. When they live in the sea, they interpret the object around them as material to support their life. This knowledge is then passed down and become the basis for the adaptation attitude of the Kamal Muara coastal community to adapt. The impact of the wisdom of the daily life, and first, from the adaptation of the Kamal Muara community, expand the area where they live. Kamal Muara residential area has many duck holes and low area that will sink at high tide. Technically, additional soil or sand is needed to fill the duck holes, but this required quite large amount of money from their own pocket or for the government. Marine waste is widely available in the environment and may be used, such as wood that float in the ocean, and they can use it to patch their ship. Second, solution for handling marine waste in other coastal area. Marine waste is used to restore the topography of coastal area or fulfill other needs that cannot be met due to financial constraints. For the next finding will be delivered by Mas Rino.
Okay, thank you, Widya. There are unusual phenomena at the Kamal Muara area. We know that waste should be thrown to the trash or recycled in order to prevent land and water pollution. However, fishermen and the community perspective use the waste to drag the land. They think the waste is not that dangerous, so that they can use for the material for reclamation, drag to prevent water puddle, and also for raising the house ground level. The society thinks that by throwing the trash at the several part of the land, they can help the government in order to reduce the national budget for dragging the coastal area. The Kamal Muara community use house waste and shellfish processed water to help to fill the site. The reason is to increase their living space and help the government fill the hole around their area. But they forget the negative effect from the waste, such as mainly bad scenery, place for disease, such as mosquito, flies, and rats, and other animals that bring disease and slamming the house look like. Next, Widya.
Thank you, Mas Rino. And this is the conclusion for our finding research, that the people see Kamal Muara as shabby and dirty, but they have their way to deal with their waste. They use waste to prevent water puddle and reduce dragging expense, especially in land clearing, which is quite expensive. However, there is also some negative things because they not really understand the impact of waste on their life. And there are also some recommendation for government about Kamal Muara people's perspective. The first, government maybe can consider the perspective of the Kamal Muara community when making city spatial development plan, and not be rushed to make decision about eviction. And on the other hand, Kamal Muara community was invited to participate and to see their point of view about the city development. And second, Kamal Muara community is given understanding and training about managing waste safely for their life. So it can become a really 100% solution for waste management. That's all for us. Thank you very much for the time and your attention.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. My name is Terry Rawudi from Research Center for Society and Culture, Berlin. I will present the result of preliminary research on Wawani Island in July 2023. The issue that will be discussed is the conflict between nickel mining and the local communities. In the first slide, I will show Indonesian national priority program by Presiden Jokowi for 2019-2024. One of the targets is to offer as widely as possible to create job opportunities. The target of investment until 2024 is above 4,919 trillion rupiahs. Indonesian government have strategy to attract the investor. The first strategy is ratify the Omnibus Law number 11 concerning job creation. The ratification of Omnibus Law aims to create quality business and investment, so that it can create new job in Indonesia. The second strategy is launching the online risk-based approach aimed at support the job creation law in simplifying business licensing. The third strategy is issue an investment priority list. One investment that is a priority is nickel mining, where the sector is a capital intensive sector. And the last strategy is establish an investment management institution. Woni Island is located in Southeast Sulawesi Province. Since 2013, this area has officially become a new agency.
Hello, Om Terry.
Woni is classified as a small island with
Mas
an
Terry.
area of around 715 square meters, where the character of a small island
Are you in there? Mas Terry. Mas Terry, because your presentation is full of echoes, so I think it's better if you present it directly here. Mas Terry. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, Mas Tomo, are you hearing me?
Yeah. I can hear you. Can you please present it directly because your videos is full of echoes, so it's not clear to hear. Hello.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. My name is Terry Rawudi from Research Center for Society and Culture, BRIN. I will present the result of preliminary research carried on Wawoni Island in July 2023.
Mas Terry.
Yeah, Mas Tomo.
Can you deliver your presentation directly because your video is full of echoes, so nobody can hear your presentation very clear.
Okay. I will present it directly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Terry Rawudi from Research Center for Society and Culture, BRIN. I will present the result of our primary research who is carried on Wawoni Island in July 2023. The issue is that will be discussed is related to the conflict between nickel mining and local community. Okay, maybe the operator can the slide.
It's still organized by Mas Uus. Or maybe you can share screen your presentation from your laptop if you have any. Mas Terry.
Yeah, but I'm not. Can I share the screen?
Oh no. Oh yeah. You can do it.
I cannot stay the screen, Mas Tomo.
You cannot.
Yeah.
Yes, you can do it. I think the operator already changed. You can do share screen from your laptop, Mas Terry.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
You can see from your laptop?
Yeah.
Okay. Keep going, Mas Terry. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I will continue my presentation. First, maybe um, I will talk about the Indonesian National Priority programs targeted by Presiden Jokowi for 2019 to 2024. One of the target is to open investment as widely as possible to create a job opportunity. It's in point 3. And the target of investment until 2024 is about 4,900 trillion rupiah. Indonesian government have a strategy to attract investor. The first strategy is ratifying the Omnibus Law number 11, 2020, that's concerning job creation. The ratification of Omnibus Law aims to create an equality business and investment that it can be create a new job in Indonesia. And the second strategy is launching the online single submission risk-based approach aimed to supporting the job creation law in simplify business licensing. And the third strategy is issue an investment priority investment priority list. One of investment that is a priority is nickel mining, where the sector is a capital intensive sector. And the last strategy is establish investment and management institution. And then, as you know, the Wawini Island is in Southeast Sulawesi Province, and since 2013, has officially become a new regency. Wawini is classified as a small island with an area around 715 square meters, where the character of a small island is very vulnerable to intervention from outside. Based on Indonesian regulation number 1, 2014, the use of small island for investment purpose is prioritized for marine culture, tourism, fisheries, and the organic farming and also animal husbandry. Ini also located in Bandasi, has a highly character with a complete ecosystem formation. Wawoni Island is Wawoni has enormous biological and non-biological diversity. Based on LIPI, in 2003, there are around more than 3,000 type of flora, around 300 of which are plants that can be used for food, shelter, medicine, cosmetic, weaving, and energy source. Wawoni also has an endemic animals and plants such as orchid, turtle, and tortoise. And another endemic animal is maleo, whose the habitat is on the shore. Beside the Wawoni have a rich biodiversity, what they attractive to investor is the nickel content that found on the island. Based on data for the mining and energy department of Southeast Sulawesi province, total mining permits is about 32% of the total of area in Wawoni Island. For the social, the population of Wawani Island is multicultural, consisting of the Wawani, Butonis, Javanese, Balinese, and Nusa Tenggara. They live side by side in harmony and helping each other. Economically, the people in Wawani depend on plantation and fisheries for their life. The local people or the indigenous people on Wawani generally they farm the coconut, clove, nutmeg, and cocoa. Meanwhile, the immigrant population work as a fishermen, farmers, and traders. And also the Wawani, based on the spatial plan, Southeast Sulawesi special plans, Wawani is a tourism development area. So many people also work in this sector. And then about what the community is versus mining. What is the problem that occurs when mining concession are entered on Wawani Island? The first problem is vertical and horizontal conflict. Vertical conflict occurs between the community and law enforcement official. And horizontal conflict occurs between people who are pro-mining and people who are against mining. This conflict also seriously damaged the social orders that had been built by Wawani community for a long time ago. Based on the fact on the ground, there was a feud between children and parents due to different view regarding people who are pro-mining don't want to attend funerals for people who are against mining, and vice versa, even if their own family dies. And the second problem after the mining come to the Wawani, the people of Wawani, especially in Rococo, have difficulty getting fresh water. This happened as a result of the water catchment are being used as a mining area. And the third problem is the local people threatening by the livelihood. Even though the company promising a job to the community, this doesn't necessarily means they will get prosper. Most narrative will only become low-level workers because they are unable to compete with the workers from outside who have a high level of education and skill. And the fourth problem is since the mining entered to the Wawani, the community lifestyle has become commercial, especially people who sell their land to companies. They buy cars, build house in Kendari, and buy other consumer goods. And the last problem is every day the community are exposed to dust while doing activity in their home and their garden. Thank you everyone for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Mas Terry, for your live performance. Sorry about the malfunction of your video. So that's all for this afternoon presentation. Thank you for the presenters for all of your presentation. If I can make a summarize for the first presentation from Pak Henry, he mentioned about the life story of Tobelo people. It's very interesting topic because I only know the Tobelo dance. So there is a very rich history of Tobelo people, how they spread their clans to the outside. And from the second presentation from Mas Dimas about the Bajo and Bugis tribes, it's also interesting because he mentioned about the model of like for the development of the communities, the Bajo and the Bugis as the sustainable to make them sustain until the further generation. And from Prof. Henny also mentioned about the impact of the modernization and development to the spice route evidence in Ampian Lombok. Prof. Henny also show some significance features about the Dutch histories, such as VOC building and ports. And also from Mbak Saragi and friends, it's very interesting presentation. Actually, they mentioned about the batik Lamandau. We already have a question, I think, in the chat group. I mean, in the Zoom from Mbak Ana Windarsi. Maybe we can discuss in the question and answer session. And also from Mbak Citra, she mentioned about the spice routes model in Madura Island. It's very interesting topic because I only know Madura is the place for the salt industries in Indonesia, but it also has a very rich history of spices as well. And also from Mas Rino and Mbak Widya, unfortunately Mbak Widya children's sick, so she couldn't come here. They mentioned about the local wisdom on marine litter on North Jakarta. North Jakarta is the place that we went to the Onrus Island actually. They capture about some features of function of waste for their lives, but waste is still waste. And maybe we can discuss it later. And for the last one is from Asteri, the dilemmas of the line of spices. I'm just wondering about Masteri, about the comparison with the Bombana case in Southeast Sulawesi as well. So he mentioned about the impacts from the mining to the former tradition that already exists in where is the place? Wawani Island. Okay, so we open for the discussion or question and answer session and we still have time until 4:40. So if you want to ask, please raise your hands. Yes, we already have 3. Please, 4. So maybe we can do it 4 and 1 already in the chat Zoom. So who is the first? Okay, please make.
Okay, thank you. My name is Anas Anwar Nasirin from the Department of History, Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Indonesia. The first question from the paper, the title, Reconstruction of the Leadership of the Bajo and Bugis Tribes as Maritim National Identity through the Screen Planning Method. My question, the first, can you share the problem about the national identity in young generation, especially in the Bugis and Bajo, and how the urgency for young generation about this problem about this problem with your solution about the scenario planning method from Bugis and Bajo to national identity. And the second question from the paper about the tabelo. Tabelo is the name language, place, and especially in the language there is the Sikh dialect. And my question is, why is the spread of the Tabelo language? How is the spread? And can you share the facta about the implementation the Tabelo to the government, especially in the Ternate? Okay, thank you for this opportunity. Okay.
Maybe we can go to next question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all the presenters. I think we have a very varied themes here as well too, but mostly talk about the maritime communities from different perspective. I think some of the for a general overview of the panel presenters, most of the presenters still very much inward in looking at the cases that they're brought up. So when they talk about, for example, North Jakarta is very small scale. We still need to see how it contributes to the regional or the global maritime in this context. Actually, me and Mbak Dewi and also Pak Dedi, we expect that the presenters can connect their local cases to a more to the bigger context on how to connect these cases with other places, for example. And second, I think for those who are writing or doing research about the Bajau, currently the Research Center for Society and Culture is initiating a project on the Bajau with the KITLV, the Netherlands. So maybe if you can come and reach us, we can also have a further discussion about this Bajau community. And who knows, maybe we can include you in our next project. Thank you.
And for Bapak.
Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to give a question to speaker from Trunojoyo University about the species has the economic impact for Madure's people. Can explain in detail that species commodities have a crucial economic impact on Madure's people. Considering that in general, our society is used to people earning income from selling species in traditional market. Thank you.
Last one for Professor Lynette.
Thank you for really fascinating papers and really interesting work that everyone's doing. My question, it's a very pragmatic question, because I particularly found the work on the maritime motifs on the batik patterns absolutely fascinating. Unfortunately, we weren't really able to see those PowerPoint slides very well. So I'm just wondering if we can make those slides available so that we might be able to communicate with the author, because that was an excellent paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lynette. Yes, we cannot see it see the batik lamenda very clear. So maybe Mbak Saragi can explain it to Professor Lainet in more detail. So I make a place for Mas Dimas. You have a lot of fans. I think you have two questions from Bu Lilis and Mas Anas. Mas siapa namanya? Mas Anas, yes. Maybe you can answer, Mas Dimas.
Yeah, thank you for question, and let me answer the question. The urgency is clear for the sustainability of the Indonesian nation maritime identity. The solution of work in my paper is maritime education collaboration. The Bajo and Bugis tribes work together to develop maritime education program that involve young people from both tribes. This program includes navigation training, seafaring skills, and sustainability management of marine resources. Leadership from both tribes was involved in design the curriculum and inspiring activity participation in maritime education. But with its power, its maritime education can provide a deeper understanding of maritime culture to the younger generation of both ethnic. This program can equip young people with navigation skill, marine research, management, and other maritime practices. With the weaknesses, its limited educational infrastructure in coastal areas can be a potential obstacle to implementing this program. The younger generation has been affected by the change in modern culture. This can influence interest in and commitment and traditional maritime education. And then second question, please repeat. Can
This is about the what the I mean the invitation from Bu Lilis about your next project. I think if you want to
okay.
explain your research.
I'm not clear to hear what the organization.
This is with the KTLV from the Netherlands.
Okay, maybe I can.
If you're interested.
Yeah. Maybe a social media I can follow by Instagram or
Yeah.
email or something like that.
Okay. Thank you for the answer. And for Mbak Citra, can you explain in more detail about the spice economics factors? Time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for asking about my paper. Actually, this research is come from my yearly research from the university. So actually, this is very interesting because I came to the one village in Madura. This village is very famous with turmeric, and people there are depending on selling turmeric for their economic, for their life, especially for women. Women there are very depending on turmeric selling. Every woman who live in this village are selling turmeric every week, and the meat trader always come to this village to gather the turmeric. As a conclusion, why Maduris depend on spices for earning their money? Not all Maduris, but some of them, especially in the villages, and spreading out to many kabupaten or municipalities. So my sample was from Bangkalan and also from eastern part of Madura, Sumeneb. The Bangkalan side is definitely selling turmeric, depend on turmeric. And then the Sumeneb side depend on cabai jamu. It's known for ingredients for jamu or for export communities also. So this is really something that I discovered during my research, that some people in Madura, some Maduris people are depending on spices to earn money. And yeah, I saw it also in market. I can precisely see as depicted on my model in my presentation that people, household, representing household, also farmer, they planting spices and sell it to market directly or to middle trader. And then, yeah, they really make the economic circle for Madura especially. So that's my detailed explanation. I hope it could help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Citra, for your explanation. I hope it answers the question. And for Pak Henry Tondo, maybe you can explain about how Tobelo people can spread. The time is yours, Pak Henry Tondo.
Thank you very much, Pak Utomo. Yeah, I want to answer a question from Pak Anas. Why Tobelo spread from their villages? Of course, they based on some depth interview in the field. Of course, they want to get better life, specifically from sea sources. Yeah, as I mentioned before in the presentation, and also in related to their as soldiers of Ternate Sultanate, and then also in relation to period activities. And then regarding on the the fact of implementation of you said the language of Tobelo and Ternate. Yeah, actually I see there is a contestation between Ternate language and other languages in Halmahera, specifically Tobelo was one of the big language there. In Ternate, they have Ternate, agent or that build the language, yeah. But actually in that province there is Balai Bahasa. Balai Bahasa, it is a vertical agent board from Jakarta. So there's contestation between these two languages. Ternate, they want to this language exists in schools, for instance, but also the government want other languages like Tobelo, not only Ternate. So I see there is a contestation there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Henry Tondo, for your answer. Maybe I hope you can answer the question. So for Mbak Amelia Saragi, can you explain, because for Flinet is very interesting with your presentation. Maybe you can explain in more detail. Time is yours, Mbak Saragi.
Yes, thank you. Okay, first, when did the popularity of Lamanda batik begin? So basically, batik Lamanda popular since June this year, because one of young people in Lamandau make their own event called Lamanda Fashion Week. So this event they're making for anniversary Lamandau district. So basically Lamandau batik so popular now in Central Kalimantan because that event. And then why is it now as batik Lamandau rather in Central Kalimantan batik?
So actually in Central Kalimantan have many districts, and then there have their own batik identity. So every district has their own batik identity. So same like Lamandau batik, but Lamandau batik recently very popular because Lamandau Fashion Week. That's why. And then in Kalteng, the Benang Bintik workshop manufacture batik that combination Java and Dayak batik is Lamandau batik related to the woven fabric Sasirangan from Southern Kalimantan. Actually, we don't know for that because we only just research from the batik Kalimantan, batik Lamandau, so we don't know the relate from the woven fabric. Because in our interview with the Lamandau government, they say for fabric for batik Lamandau came from Java, and then for working making the batik Lamandau their own with their own worker, which is Lamandau people. So that's why. Thank you.
So that is a new one that's popular now, Mbak Amel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's very popular from June this year.
So it's quite new. I
Because
think
Lamandau Fashion Week.
Prof Linet will buy it, I think. Okay, thank you, Mbak Amel. Saragi.
Thank you much.
And for Mr. Rino here, maybe you can answer the Bu Lily's comments, how to connect it to make bigger scale from your local focus, because it is very interesting topic. Waste. This is about waste. Waste is everywhere. It's not only in North Jakarta. So you can answer, I think.
Thank you, please, for the question. Actually, waste is almost in every village in for fishermen village, but in North Jakarta they treat waste differently because they think that there is crazy wall, and the crazy wall makes a lot of hole in the seaside, and they want to make it not dangerous for the kids. So they use the waste to dredging the hole, but it is not proper, the dredging. So most of them is still dangerous, and they make bridge for avoiding the hole also. But the difference with the other side is in the other village treat the waste, just throw the waste everywhere, but in the North Sea, Kamal Muara, they treat it for the dredging. This is different for the other area, maybe.
I think this is interesting. Is it in your interest to develop this research, for example, to see sea waste route? So you can see where that waste coming from. For example, in North Jakarta, whether the waste are locals or national, yeah, Indonesian waste, or is it from, let's say, China or Thailand? You can see it from the waste itself. Yeah, usually the packaging, yeah, the plastic packaging. Where is it? What language is that packaging from, for example? And I think that would be a new approach to your research about waste and sea waste, to see where it connects to or where it came from.
Yeah,
For your next
okay,
project.
okay, thank you for your idea.
Actually, we still have last question in the chat of Zoom. The question is for Mas Terry, but Mas Terry connection is not good, so they came out and came in due to the very bad connection. So I'm sorry. I think Mas Terry is still trying to join. We still waiting for 1 minute. The question is about is it any conflict due to the impact of the mining development and the local communities? Mas Terry. Mas Terry. Oh, I think we run out of time. It's already 15 minutes to 5. So I think we have to close the session panel for this afternoon. Thank you for all of the presenters. Thanks for your attention all. And now I'm doing MC, yeah, because the MC has already go home. So I think Bu Lilis must pay me double. And I will announce for tomorrow activities. We still have hang on. We still have same conference for IFSR in 2020 tomorrow. Start at 9:15 in the morning with the opening keynotes from Dr. Ice Khadijah from Indonesia National Commission for UNESCO and Prof Fridus Stelen from Vrije University in the Netherlands. And after that, it continued to panel 1. That is about on natural diversity and commodities of the spice routes. So thank you for today. Thank you for following us until finish for today's. Hope you always stay healthy and happy. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And thank you for all participants in the Zoom. See you tomorrow.